No, that's me. God damn it. I was clipped on my own thumbnail. Here we go. Are you ready? Look at this. We're starting off strong. We're starting off really strong. Wait, how strong? Are we too strong? Am I gonna have to call Jink Uger to find out if we're too strong already? Look, let me show you this, okay? Are you ready? No, why is the thing still there? Oh my god. It shouldn't be there anymore. Briska. There we go. There it is. It's the woke Ouraboura-Boris. It's the woke Ouraboura-Borgar King. Is it too strong? It looks like it might be too strong. I don't know. I don't know. Beautiful. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with this morning, right? That's what I woke up to. Is the woke Ouroboros, right? So we're gonna do that. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna take a look at this. And look, if this is interesting, if this is cool, there's also a Peter Coffin Miss 80 ACD stream on this, right? So Peter Coffin has blocked me. Miss ACD has blocked me, right? This all happened due to me being clipped by a Nazgul who is a fan of Chud Logics, right? The Patsuck Chud Logic, the Patsuck Twitch poll connection is right there somewhere in Chud Logic's server. I don't understand how it works, but it's there, right? And I'm not gonna name the person because they would love for me to actually, like, I know who you are, by the way, but I'm not gonna say their name because there's no reason to give this person free publicity. But yeah, they clipped me talking about Haas. They sent it to Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin made it go around the Nazgul sphere, so all kinds of Nazguls got to hate No Comment Chick through Peter Coffin and this Chud Logic fan. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all of you, right? I'm so glad that you like hate No Comment Chick that much, because I disagreed with Haas. I disagreed with Infrared Haas, right? So like, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I know that Peter Coffin and Miss ACD did two streams on me. Yeah, that I'm too strong. My content was too strong. They had to do it in two streams, right? They did two streams on me. They were on Twitter, and I embarrassed them somehow on Twitter. I don't remember what I said. I clapped them though. I said something, it clapped them both, and they both blocked me. So that's the story. That's the Nazgul Chud Logic Peter Coffin story. That's why Peter Coffin has blocked me. Caleb Maupin blocked me when I used a picture of him meeting with Dugan in a video talking about Nazguls, right? And he's like, how could you dare insinuate that I'm a Nazgul? I'm obviously not a Nazgul. You're sitting with Dugan. I'm sorry, I'm not the one who sat you down with Dugan, okay? Don't blame me, Caleb. But he came to my comments. In fact, I think his comment is probably still on the video if you want to go check. It's the Nazgul Vortex Part 1 or whatever. Like, it's an old video, right? But it really made Caleb upset, and after that, Caleb blocked me on Twitter. So I'm blocked by Caleb Boppin, I'm blocked by Peter Coffin, I'm blocked by Miss ACD. These people, not fans of NCC. What's up, Natalie Marie? Meow, meow, meow. Let's see what we got. I have no idea. I have no expectations for this at all, other than technical difficulties from leftist audio.
Now, if you have something you want to ask Peter or I, by all means, feel free to send us a super chat.
By all means, feel free to send us a super chat so we can go and get some Burger King.
Feel free to tweet this out. This book is really something important. He did a lot of very important research. So
wait,
it's going to be really
wait, it's a collaborative effort?
All right, everybody, let's do it.
Of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can...
Oh my god, is this Caleb Maupin's intro? Is this Caleb Maupin's intro? Wait, I don't remember this. Does anybody know this?
...be and must be the century of the common man.
Is that Wallace? Is that Vice President Wallace? Do you know, I don't even know who this is.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
The
capitalism, and we know that racism is just is a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and
Oh my god. Oh my god. This intro goes hard, doesn't it?
organize the economy.
Look, now this is weird, right? This is a weird intro because, like, right, my understanding is that these Pat Socks are kind of hostile to any, like, green energy initiative. We're seeing windmills here, though. Just seeing a wind farm.
Serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
Out of the movement and into the masses?
We
Okay.
need a government of action.
Government of action. Damn. Like... This is a long intro, too.
Welcome,
Okay, well, that was something. That was something. Whose species has he mashed up? There's Martin Luther King. It's a ripoff of Frontier Psychiatrist. Okay, by, what is that band? The Avalanches? Yeah. No Nazis, no turfs. We have tomato juice and we will use it. The Nazgûl should be afraid of me. Like, well, they are. They're all afraid of me. Like, Haas is afraid of me, Caleb's afraid of me, and Peter Coffin's afraid of me, and Miss ACD is afraid of me. They're all afraid of me. There's some weird power that I possess, right? The power to fuck up my video by jiggling the table. Wait, is there a way I can, like, not do that? Because that would be great. That would be, like, that's one of the things that burns me. Every time I'm editing my video and I go bum, 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 and it's not me bouncing on the trampoline. I hate that. I hate that.
everybody, and welcome to my friend, special guest, Peter Coffin. Welcome, Peter. How are you doing?
Wait.
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
Wait, do we have the... We do! We do! How long ago? This was 1 month ago. Is this the beard dye job? Do you see? Check the beard dye job, right? Does anybody have the picture? There was like a picture of Peter Coffin in scantily attire with their beard dyed. Was it red, white, and blue? If anybody has this picture, I would love to see
I'm
it.
good, and I've read a lot
Wait, that's, yeah, the beard dye job.
of your new book.
Right? Am I wrong? Is it just the lighting?
I guess first of all, tell us like the overall concept of the book.
Wait, so it is Peter Coffin's book. It is Peter. It says Peter Coffin. Like, he said something about, like, we've worked so hard on this. I don't know what they mean. I don't know what part was collaborative. I'm curious now.
Tell us how to pronounce this second word, because
Vamps was right. Vamps, you were right. Vamps predicted that Caleb Maupin would not know about this word. What is this word? What is this word that you've got? Ouraboura-Borgar King? Vamps was right. Vamps predicted this, right? Welcome, Moni. Welcome, Koenig. Welcome, JR Wolf. Welcome, Gazebo. Welcome, V. Welcome, Zera. Welcome, Deemstars. Welcome, Geek Prime X. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Science Scientist. Yeah. Good to have you all here. Vamps wins again. Vamps predicted this. Vamps got this right. Yeah, he doesn't know how. Can you tell us what this word is? So at the very least, Caleb Maupin can't pronounce this word. At the most, maybe Caleb Maupin doesn't know about the Ouraboura-Borgar King.
I haven't pronounced
Ouroboros.
it yet. I don't.
Ouraboura-Bussy.
Ouroboros. Okay, see, I almost said
Ouroboros,
Ouroboros.
which is
Ouroboros-y.
Yeah,
the concept of a snake eating its own tail. It's
It's the concept of a person on television kicking themselves in the pistachios.
it's something that's seen in various different mythologies, and also Full Metal Alchemist, which is an anime.
Any Full Metal Alchemists in the stream? Any fans of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood? Or, like, I should watch that. I should. That's a classic. Oh my God, what are we doing here? Like, I'm so unprofessional here. Lighting. Thank you. There we go. There we have lighting. Starting off strong with citing anime. Well, here's something else that's really interesting, right? I was looking for, so the initial concept for the thumbnail that I came up with, and this is a bad idea, like, right? I'm glad that we didn't end up going with this particular idea, but the original concept, it was gonna be Peter Coffin's head on the snake eating its own tail, right? And in search for that, like in an attempt to make that happen, like you gotta have the right face. So if you wanna show somebody eating his own tail, it can't be that face. That face that he's showing us right now, that's no good. You can't take that face and turn it and somehow make it look like, yeah, it's a snake head and it's eating its own tail. That's never gonna work, right? You need a pog. You need for Peter Coffin to pog. And we kind of found Peter Coffin pogging in a picture. Problem was, it was a very old picture of Peter Coffin. It was unrecognizable as Peter Coffin. It doesn't look like Peter Coffin looks right now. And Peter Coffin was pogging to the game Final Fantasy 13, which is one of the only Final Fantasies I've played, and therefore one of my favorite Final Fantasies, right? I need to play part 2 sometime. I need to finish part 2, but like the fact that Peter Coffin was excited about a video game that I like was a little bit disconcerting, and it's the same kind of disconcerting feeling many of you in chat might be experiencing right now, where you're like, wait a minute, I like Full Metal Alchemist. Peter Coffin likes Full Metal Alchemist, and you gotta decide, do I like Full Metal Alchemist so strongly that I'm willing to be like, you know what, I don't care. I don't care if it's Peter Coffin's favorite anime, I still like it, or not.
Wow. Very good.
But the idea is basically a Marxist critique of wokeness that takes the concern.
Oh god, this is gonna be so good.
Is supposedly addressing seriously, as well as sort of showing, as a snake eating its own tail, how wokeness is criticizing racism, bigotry.
Wokeness will eat itself,
etc. What ends up?
Is this loud enough, or do we need to boost their volume? Look, leftist audio may have problems, but it's nowhere near as bad as Pat Sock audio. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Executive decision, we're gonna turn off the background music. Are they loud enough? If I need to turn them up, I can. It's a top tier show, so I should see this. I should see Full Metal Alchemist. Peter Coffin be damned. White people fear-mongering about wokeness is just, yeah, neo-Nazi rubbish. According to Google, Maupin dissolved the CPI in 2022. He still got the intro, though. He still got the intro. You just, yeah, it was the spanking arc. It was, hey, what's up, Pedro? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you, pronouncing names strangely here. Pedro should be an easy enough name for me to pronounce, though. So what do we got? What do we got? We got Peter Coffin, we got Caleb Maupin, we got Burger King.
Creating,
Are they loud enough, though? I need to know from you. If anybody thinks they're not loud enough, I can turn them up.
I said in the subtitle, segregation and essentialism.
Yeah, well, you cover a lot of territory in the book. You cover, the main theme is how wokeness is kind of, reinforcing the things that is intended to be fighting against. You talk about the history of Marxism in America. You talk about corporatism and the commodified identities. I don't know quite where to start. Maybe you want to define essentialism. Maybe define that. That could be a good place to start.
Essentialism is basically...
Yeah, Black Phillip says the CPI stands for Caboose Pummeling Initiative, right?
Taking the idea that a person...
I can't believe I used to enjoy Peter Coffin's videos some years ago. Yeah, I think I remember seeing one video and being like, oh, cool, a video about communism, a video about socialism. And there was like one little thing that I disagreed on, and I said it in the comments, and Peter Coffin got big mad at me. I actually got blocked from Peter Coffin's YouTube channel before I got blocked by Peter Coffin and Miss ACD and Caleb Maupin on Twitter, right? So I've been blocked by all these people, but I forgot about that. My first experience of Peter Coffin was getting blocked by Peter Coffin on YouTube for disagreeing with not even the entirety of his video, but like I had some like little thing to disagree about, right? And it was too much for Peter Coffin.
Is, well, in this context, a person, you could use essentialism for more than people, but in this context, it's about a people being a sort of fixed, specific thing, regardless of context. So
Wait, what?
it pretty much throws out the Marxist idea of the.
Okay, so that's identity politics, right? He's saying identity politics essentializes people into this fixed thing. That's your identity, and if we have other identities other than worker, then that puts the whole that throws out Marxism becomes unworkable, right?
Conditions and economic relationships.
Oh, also, by the way, that is my tweet for today. If you see, I've just put it into YouTube chat and Twitch chat. So if you want to help me out, if you want to help us out, if you want to help my channel grow, give that tweet some love, give that tweet some likes, give it some retweets, and maybe even think about giving it a comment if you have something to say on it. If you can just slowly, quickly navigate away on onto Twitter, and there we go. It's pinned in both chats, so there it is for you. If you want to interact with it, it helps me out a lot. Also, if you're on YouTube, please hit that like button. I cannot stress how much YouTube cares about whether you hit that like button at all. So don't even think of it as a like button for the video. Think of it as a like button for me. If you like me, if you want me to succeed, then hit that like button, or just hit that like button anyway.
Effect on what human nature is. It's essentially, there is a fixed human nature. People are a certain thing. Subsets of people are biologically stuck a certain way, and that's just like that's how it always is. Women are crazy, emotional creatures, and men are stoic, strong.
Wait, now is he just straight up talking about essentialism here? I'm curious.
Is intended to be fighting against. You talk about the history of Marxism in America. You talk about corporatism and the commodified identities. I don't know quite where to start. Maybe you want to define essentialism.
Okay, it is essentialism. Okay, I was just making sure.
Like that's how it always is. Women are crazy, emotional creatures, and men are stoic, strong leaders, and that.
So I'm wondering how he's going to tie this in. Like, does Peter Coffin think that identity politics, or in other words, caring about marginalized people, does he think that implies or necessitates an essentialism? Does he think that in being a feminist, you're saying that I'm a feminist because women are frail, weak creatures who are prone to hysteria and outbursts of emotions, and I don't know, that doesn't sound like any feminism I've ever heard of.
Black people are less.
His eyes got so big when he said black people.
Like, these are all essentialist positions. It's not necessarily automatically bigoted, but it will always
wait, no, that stuff is. The stuff that you just mentioned is bigoted. There's no getting around that, right?
The foundation for bigotry, if you pursue the logic to its conclusion.
No, you were already at bigotry. You were already there, Peter.
Absolutely. Now, why don't you start out by laying out what the Marxist view on the question of race and gender is?
Well, that's, I would say, arguable. I see all day, every day, people arguing what sex and gender, this stuff on Twitter, people saying that the Marxist view is one.
Sure, but in the book, you're contrasting, the standard, dialectical, historical, materialist understanding of various oppressions that people face with this kind of very popular woke,
right,
check your privilege, SJW stuff. And so I guess an important place to start is to just define how it is that Marxists have addressed these kind of questions originally before we get into the distortion.
Well, I mean, if you go back to Engels with the private property, the origin of private property, the state, etc., the family, private property, and state. Sorry,
Yeah.
Oh, good question. Pedro says, does Peter Coffin still use they, them pronouns? My understanding is that no. My understanding is that in joining the Patriotic Socialists, which was kind of a coalition of, I guess you could call them like radical class reductionists on one end and straight up Nazguls on the other end, right? We're talking about Hawes, we're talking about Caleb, we're talking about Peter Coffin, we're talking about Jackson Hinkle. These people were all thick as thieves at one time. They have since broken apart and are no longer, they're no longer besties, right? But in being a patriotic socialist, which, you know, kind of means being a MAGA socialist, right? So conservative Marxism, conservative socialism, MAGA Marxism, right? That's where we're at, right? And there just wasn't any room for pronouns. So my understanding is that Peter Coffin has renounced their pronouns. And you know, it was always a strange thing anyway, that like the way that Peter Coffin talked about pronouns was that my pronouns are they, them, but if you agree with me, anything is fine, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, I want to be called they, them, but if you're my friend, you can misgender me as a treat, I guess, right? That was kind of the way that they originally, you know, talked about their identity, talked about their pronouns, right? Maybe under this whole thing, you're not allowed to have any identity other than worker, and so something like being non-binary might be something that you know, Peter Coffin had to give up. But regardless, when Peter Coffin joined the Patriotic Socialists, that was when Peter Coffin stopped using they, them as pronouns.
Anyway, if you go back to that, the Marxist view of it is a historical one. It is based in the context of relationships of society. Liberation is addressed in a manner where
I was in a Discord when Peter Coffin jumped in a month ago. They still go by they, them, so they said they still said a month ago. Well, like I said, they're no longer there's been some. So Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin obviously still friends. As far as I know, though, Peter Coffin and Hawes they're not friends anymore. I think that the Hawes Hinkle connection has been severed, right? And those are the MAGA Marxist, right? To the extent that Jackson Hinkle is, you know, even trying to pretend to be a Marxist, right? Those are the more like right wing, you know, and so any concession of, like, for instance, Peter Coffin took their pronouns off of their Twitter, right? That was probably to avoid being made fun of by the other Pat Sox, at the very least.
economic conditions are considered, like coercion, what is imposed in terms of rules. These are...
And J.R. Wolf, you don't have to tell me what Discord it was. I just wonder, was it Chud Logic's Discord, right? Because I'm kind of curious about this. This is something that I just remembered about Chud Logic. When I used to talk to Chud Logic would defend Peter Coffin whenever Peter Coffin came up. And Chud's point was that he had met Peter Coffin and he didn't really see what the problem with Peter Coffin was. That, like, you know, people maybe just don't know Peter Coffin. And if they were to know Peter Coffin, they might think differently about Peter Coffin. And yeah, it was this kind of weird thing of like, just like, okay, you're like the only person I know that defends Peter Coffin, but whatever.
A material outlook on what is different in terms of roles, in terms of position, in terms of what you're allowed to do. Whereas the liberal, at least the recent liberal way of addressing identity is more of a kind of fandom, more or less. It's you sort of get yourself involved in a group. And
okay, it's a fandom, like, right? So wait, if I'm in a trans affirming, like, community, right? Is it because they're like fans? Are they like fans of me because I'm trans? Is that the deal, that they're like, dude interviewing him is really trying to help, really trying to help him out. He doesn't seem to know, they don't seem to know anything about this book. seeing Coffin talking about how economic coercion works. Vomit.
And that group is fighting for its rights. But I would argue that a lot of the time it's not about rights. It's more about just promoting that group, marketing that.
Is it about social capital?
That group and contrasting it versus another group.
This is just Chan arguments reworded. Trans people are a fandom, and the woke is eating itself. Yeah.
Which is also promoting and marketing itself.
Malib Puffin.
It's sort of a marketization of what is ultimately
remarkable how bad Coffin is at talking about his book. The Duncan video is very funny.
I think their conception of what gender.
I mean, like, look, all I gotta say is more like John the Duncan. Am I right? Oh my god.
What these sort of ideological things are. It's more of a like making public what is private.
Bad joke. I'm sorry.
I don't know
I apologize.
exactly
I apologize. Boo.
how a lot of people who are Marxists
boo, get better material.
Say like make all these gender arguments for and against because they aren't really coming from like what is the social role? What are the conditions that led to
make all these gender arguments for and against? Is he like including TERFs in this? What's up with this? Peter Coffin has blue hair. A coincidence? I think not. Peter Coffin still does have a blue beard. I'm curious about the blue beard. Where does their blue beard? I mean, like I know they had it for the like. I thought they just did the beard dyeing for that Pat Sock photo shoot that they did. I don't know. All these gender arguments. Can we just get back to Can we just get back to class reductionism already?
That social role. Why are we considering this a different category than this? Is there a justification for this that makes sense in terms of historical context? Is there?
Well, and it's weird because like the way that Coffin is grokking this, you get the feeling that like society wants to embrace trans people and be like, you're just people. And the trans people are like, no, society. We are trans people. We are different. We are better than you because we have social capital. You are just people. You are just workers, but we are magical trans people. That's right. And we want we want to be special. I don't know. It's not really how it goes, right? It's like this is a bizarre thing. Like the identity is formed not out of an intent of a group to exclude themselves. It's because the group is excluded, because the group is marginalized, because the group is outcast from whatever default society from the group that actually does have power. But the way that Coffin wants to see this is that identity somehow is a power. This is Coffin's whole social capital thing, right? That like that me pointing out that I'm trans is somehow me like holding power over those that are cis, right? It doesn't make sense. I took the blue pill. You did? Wait, it's the medical condition. I know what you're talking about. The blue calm. Yeah, exactly.
Is this simply an ideology? Is there a version of this that isn't an ideology and is more based in material concerns? And is that being co-opted, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at racism, I mean, the way that the Communist Party historically understood the issue of race in America was in the context of a national liberation struggle.
Yes.
Black people constitute a colonized people, an oppressed nation within U.S. borders. And just like if you were in England and you were fighting against the English capitalist state, you would support the liberation of Ireland. You as a working class person in America would support the liberation of Black people and their struggle for national liberation against the U.S. imperialist state. And when it comes to the family and gender, Marx and Engels did a very good job of showing that there's not a permanent setup, right?
Exactly.
When I was a kid, there used to be a bumper sticker, and it would say, marriage equals one man.
To quote Sophie from Mars, whenever Maupin points his finger, there's a Jewish person on the other end. Native Americans were also colonized.
Plus
Yeah.
one woman, and then it would have a Bible verse. Well, I used to mess with people and joke with them and say, it's funny, how many wives did Ezekiel have? How many wives did Abraham have? How many wives did Moses have? And if you look at it, I mean, it's like the family, the way it's been set up has changed throughout history, and that as the economic base changes, the superstructure changes as well. And that, institutions like government, family, there's not like some sacred, holy, eternal way these things are, and that they are in flux. And I think that is, that's what Marxism teaches us, but that is not what wokeism is putting out there on neither of these questions. And you did a really good job of showing that it's almost like, this kept coming up throughout the book.
Now, this is funny. Unfortunately, nobody's there. We don't have Brianna Joy Gray to join in and say, by the way, Caleb Maupin, what exactly do you mean by wokeism? What is woke, right? Nobody's going to ask them to define that, right? They're dealing and they're catering to a market that already perceives wokeness, that doesn't have to have it explained to them. And they aren't particularly invested in any definition, any explanation, any coherent framework as far as wokeism goes. They just know they're playing to the anti-fandom of wokeism without really asking, what do they mean by woke? What does that even mean, right? Wokeism tells me to be gay and smooch hot ladies. Seems like wedge driving. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not like a workable approach to solidarity, right? Which is what they're trying to pretend it is. Maupin doesn't want to explain what he really means by international bankers. True. Woke is whatever I don't... Exactly. You got it, Kegso. Woke is whatever I don't like. Yeah.
It's almost like these people don't really want to solve these problems. They just want to kind of virtue signal and get points for looking good about them. Talk about that.
Yes. Well, talk about all my social capital. Peter Coffin. Tell me how I am actually the strongest person, the most privileged person on the left because of my social capital. Tell me about how wokest liberal culture like hoists me above those who don't have the social capital that I do as a trans person, right? Tell me all about my privilege, Peter. I want to know.
Like I said, I think that it ultimately comes down to kind of a fandom and marketing.
They're fans.
Thing. I think that we've, as a society in the United States, been...
Have we got any NCC fans in chat? It's a fandom, apparently. It's a trandom as a... Oh my God, no.
Trained to see things
as sort of
a competitive consumption situation. If enough people consume this thing or this way, then that will be responded to in the market.
Oh my God, yeah.
So
yeah, ask all the murdered Black trans people about their social capital.
The ultimate problem of that,
social Bolshevism / PC culture / woke, it's just the same old neo-Nazi argument about anyone who, that's what it is, right? It masks itself as being, the function is to protect class consciousness, right? That there's all these other identities that come in and get in the way of class consciousness, right? But really what it comes down to is really similar to what you'd hear from Jordan Peterson, as V is pointing out, right? This is basically, what they say, the Nazis called it, social... No, wait, oh my God, I'm trying to remember what this was. Like, I haven't watched enough Peterson lately. They made a modular laptop? Amazing. Irene's Trandom has 1 million trans, and I'm... Yeah, all right, there we go. We got that quote. Wait, what am I trying to think of? Cultural Marxism. God, it took me a second, right? Cultural Marxism is the Petersonian distillation of what the Nazis called cultural Bolshevism, right? And then these people are doing kind of the same thing. Their wokeism runs in parallel lines, and people in chat are already pointing out, where Caleb has done dog whistles, right? I haven't heard the Judea... Yeah, I mean, like, that's the idea, right? When the Nazis were saying cultural Bolshevism, they were proposing an idea that there was like somehow Jewish culture had captured was like running the Bolshevik revolution. And I mean, this is in Germany, which is seeing like Russia as a potential enemy, and obviously also Nazi Germany looking at Jewish people, and even looking at their own culture and trying to find elements of their culture that they can blame and blame on Jewish people, right? Because that was what that's the whole idea, is like this the anti-Semitism is about seeing Jewish people as at the same time incredibly weak and incredibly strong and smart at the same time as they're dragging down Germany. They're also like the masterminds, like changing German culture. And I mean, this runs parallel to both Jordan Peterson's cultural Marxism argument, which is like, it's just a reskin. Like, right, Jordan Peterson, it was so brazen the way that he did that, right? Because you'd think that he could have called it anything, right? You'd think that if you're gonna recycle the idea of cultural Bolshevism, if you're gonna recycle an anti-Semitic trope, you might want to get more than just the paint job changed. You might want to just change more than just like, oh, we'll call it cultural Marxism, and there we go, not Bolshevism but Marxism. That they'll never know. This is the same car, right? Just like it's like Grand Theft Auto, and you go to the paint shop, but they don't change the plates or something. Like, how is that supposed to work, right? The stab in the back mythology. Yeah, I attended cultural Marx School for Trans Wizardry.
Is that especially at an imperial level of capitalism, the market is not working just straightforwardly. I demand it, you supply it. That's silly. That's something that stopped once large-scale industry happened. And people end up, following a certain ideology of, I'm this, I am advocating for this, I'm competing in a fandom market for this. And then ultimately what that does is just makes everybody, who a lot of people do have legitimate grievances in terms of their identity group. I'm not saying that that's not true, because it is absolutely true. But that's not being addressed. It's ultimately a bunch of different...
Corcoran, you bring up the idea of class consciousness and class reductionism. And like, these two are great examples of that, right? They're proposing the idea that acknowledging identity, not an identity that's chosen per se, but an identity that's sort of foisted upon you through marginalization, right? Like the concept, like Peter Coffin's social capital idea, like looks at identity as a privilege, looks and it essentially, since we're talking about like oppression-based identities, like exclusion-based identities, right? We're talking about recasting oppression, recasting marginalization as being a privilege, as being some kind of capital points. And through this mythology of PC culture, through this mythology of wokeism, which they probably can't explain any more than What's Her Fuck on The Rising, right? They probably would be stumped in the same way. Should Brianna Joy Gray drop out of the sky and ask them both, what do you mean woke? What does woke mean? They're gonna trip over their dicks, right? They're gonna trip over their collective dick, right? And they're not gonna be able to explain it. But that's the way that they're trying to use the idea of class consciousness as a bludgeon to shut marginalized people up, right? And to tell those people that your oppression is secondary to this class struggle, which you are expected to show solidarity with those that are oppressing you. Got it? Are you right? It doesn't, that's obviously not how you build solidarity, right? That's obviously an untenable, unworkable, strategy. But I mean, that's what they're proposing. And in a lot of ways, you see a parallel between this class reductionism and what Vosh is selling. Now, I mean, it's different too. Like, right, I'm not comparing Vosh directly to the Pat socks, right? Because there's a difference to, like, you know, his stuff is less about class reductionism and more about just maintaining hierarchy, right? But it does the same trick of folding intersectionality into a liberal framework and saying, don't touch that. That is the tool of the enemy, right? We're going to use class consciousness. You're not going to hear that from Vosh, right? You're not going to hear much about class consciousness from Vosh, but yeah, it's there's like a striking similarity. And I pointed out this before, right? The person that clipped me sent my clip to Peter Coffin to get Peter Coffin to send it all around the Nazgul sphere, was in Chud Logic server, was a Chud Logic fan, right? Was somebody that still talks about me to this day, right? And I don't know. I feel like there's a connection. I feel like there really is a connection, right? Despite the fact that obviously Vosh hates these people hate Vosh, right? You know, it's not that kind of connection, but there's a similarity. There's a parallel in their rhetoric.
Different shades of an ideology that draws a lot of lines to turn people against each other, while the ruling class.
Wait, who called Naomi Klein a neo-Marxist? Was it Maupin or Coffin?
That's just sort of,
or Peterson.
Virtue signals to whatever is popular, most popular at the time, and that gets the other group angry, and then eventually they switch on that, and it just goes back and forth. There's never any solution because there's never any addressing of contradictions in relationships.
Sure. And I guess, you know, it makes me think about...
So contradictions meaning, you know, the way that there's a fundamental contradiction between the capitalist class and the working class, and that is that it is in their interest for us to work as much as possible, produce as much as possible for the least amount of pay, and it's in our interest to work as little as possible for the greatest amount of pay. That's an example of the kind of a Marxist contradiction.
Almost like, you know, back in the late
Chud
90s.
Logic is still a thing. Oh my god, I wish it weren't so, Kexo. I wish it weren't so. Yeah, no, they're I mean,
early 2000s, you had stores like Hot Topic.
Like, wait, if anybody seriously out there has not paid attention, or like you've lost track of Chud Logic, or you just like, you know, because like that's understandable, like, right, Chud doesn't have a lot to offer. I don't think anybody in this chat necessarily, I don't think there's any Chud Logic there. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's any Chud Logic fans, any Chud Nation members in the chat right now, but this Chud Logic, since you may have last interacted with him, has dropped all pretenses of being a leftist, has dropped all pretenses of being on the left, and is now basically a Destiny-aligned drama streamer, right? If you ask Chud, he doesn't care as long as the money rolls in. But, I mean, I think he kind of does. I think he cares a little bit. Like, if you look at his... you know, the on stream, the computer that he uses, he'll kind of screen share the entire computer, and he's got wallpaper on there. The wallpaper is a picture of Jussie Smollett and the people that Rittenhouse unalived, right? And he's got them on there to mock them, right? Like it's not it's from some kind of I don't know, commemoration or something like that. I don't know, at least the victims of Rittenhouse, you know, the depiction of them. I don't know where the Jussie Smollett came from, right? But like, you know, like, I mean, look at what he's saying with that, like, right? People that got unalived by Kyle Rittenhouse, you're just like Jussie Smollett. But yeah, that's who Chud is now, and he's basically a Destiny waiting room, right? He's basically like a, you know, that like he's burned. Mr. Girl has burned his bridge with all of them, and you know, Chud Logic is no longer aligned with Mr. Girl. They're all, you know, Mr. Girl has written a giant manifesto, talking about Destiny and his like sexual impropriety, his manipulation. Him like sort of using his orbiters and abusing them, maybe. And it's just a big long document written by Mr. Girl exposing Destiny. Chud Logic is at the moment going over that document and ostensibly, ridiculing Mr. Girl / defending Destiny. Now, I don't know. I don't have any dog in this fight at all. Like, right? I can't say like, oh yeah, like Mr. Girl's really bad, but not as bad as Destiny, or Destiny's really bad, but not as bad. Like, they're both pieces of shit. I don't want anything to do with either of them or their communities or Chud Logic or anything else. But there is a split now. There is a split where you've got the Destiny aligned people and you've got the Mr. Girl aligned people, and they're definitely two different groups now. My understanding is that Mr. Girl has also been banned from, let's see, Twitch, YouTube, and now Twitter, right? So kind of on his way to deplatforming, I guess, despite the fact that he's kind of trying to deplatform, maybe trying to deplatform Destiny and Chud Logic on the way down, but that's kind of where that group is at now. There's no pretense of leftism or, and barely even any pretense of progressivism in Chud Logic's community. It's just, let's laugh at the SJWs.
Right. Yeah. And it was like, some of the kids would shop at Hot Topic and they would be punks or whatever. And some kids would shop at the Gap or at Abercrombie.
So this is what Peter Coffin calls cultivated identity. I do remember enough Peter Coffin to remember he talked about cultivated identity. And I think that Caleb Maupin is describing like subcultures here. And in Peter Coffin parlance, these are called cultivated identities.
Cromie and Fitch, and they were preps.
Oh, are you supposed to know who Mr. Girl is? Look, Kegso, you're awesome for not knowing that. You're not bad for not knowing that. I envy you. I envy you, Kegso. You don't know who Mr. Girl is or was? Oh my god. Blessed be. Seriously, you're so lucky. You are so lucky.
Or whatever, and you wanted to be. There was almost like a persona that everyone was struggling to outdo everyone else and taking on, right? And it wasn't really so much.
B says, I envy Kegso too.
It wasn't really about a group so much as it was about kind of your individual desire to kind of outdo everyone else and fulfill the.
Stepeon says, based normie Kegso
stereotype.
Hey, Buffy.
The best or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can.
We're just here being jealous of Kegso for not knowing who Mr. Girl is. God, I wish I didn't know who Mr. Girl was.
See it also with, I've mentioned it a couple times already, but I like using fandom as an example. Mm-hmm. You've got your MCU people versus your DCU people, your Marvel versus DC Comics.
I mean, do they think that, like...
That is... These two things are competing, and then you have a bunch of subsets of fans competing, and everybody is trying to be the best fan, the most.
What does that mean? What is competing? Okay, so is there any truth to this? I don't follow American comic books at all, so I have no dog in this fight either. I have no horse in this race. I have no pony in the show. Like, I have no animals. I have no weasels in this. In this fashion show. Oh my god, a weasel fashion show! Chat, we need to do that. We need to do a weasel fashion show. Weasels on the catwalk, yes. But anyway, regardless, I'm saying that in the negative. I don't have any, like, any care either way, but...
Real fan. You're a fake fan.
I literally, like, okay, what do I know about DC and Marvel? I know that DC maybe takes itself really seriously sometimes, and Marvel is a little bit more jokey, willing to laugh at itself, willing to be self-referential, but that's like literally all I know about Marvel versus DC is, like, Gotham City is all like dark and serious, and maybe the Avengers are less so. I really don't know comics.
A real fan. And you see that at the Marvel level, then you see it at the franchise level in Marvel. You've got X-Men, Spider-Man, blah, 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 and they all argue about which one is best. And then who is the best consumer of these things?
So what's the comparison? Because surely he's not saying that, like, competition between Spider-Man and Superman or Spider-Man and the Hulk or whatever is like impeding our progress towards a revolution. Like that's not
how we eventually get our influencers and all of this. But it's the same thing in that category. I think your example of the different types of clothing, get all the kids to the mall and decide which type of thing that they are and show how much more of that thing. I'm much more of a punk than you are. I subscribe to this counterculture uniform better than you. I'm much more nonconformist than you. It's
so Peter Coffin's the guy that like walks by the like Peter Coffin like walks by a Hot Topic, right? And sees the workers there and is like, they think that they're so much cooler than I am. Oh my God. Can't they see that they're just as much followers as the cheerleaders in the football team? Thank goodness I'm independent minded. Huh. Right? That seems to be Peter Coffin. It seems like Peter Coffin has some kind of an inferiority complex. Like, and look, I was like not cool. I was not enough of a subculture. I was never one subculture. And so I never had that kind of like subculture based friends group either. But I don't like define myself by that to this day. Right. I don't have like that kind of chip on my shoulder that obviously Peter Coffin does about that. Right. In seeing that, like, you know, like, yeah, I mean, there's like a Hot Topic. If you're, I don't know. I mean, it's really easy to look at children, you know, of the age where they start buying their own clothes, where they start shopping for their own clothes and say, God, they sure are consumers, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, they are. They're in the midst of capitalism, and they are, you know, trying to carve out an identity. And Hot Topic gives them an easy like choice of, do you want to look goth? Do you want to look punk? Do you want to look, you know, here's all of our, you know, recuperated versions of these once underground like subcultures. Which one do you want to be today? Right. That's so I mean, yeah, it's cringe, but it feels like that cringe kind of stayed with Peter Coffin a little too long. Woke Spider-Man is holding back the revolution. This is how France is, having one right now. There's no Hollywood, there's no Spider-Man. The French can't even pronounce Spider-Man, so yeah.
It's frustrating because it's something I've been beating on for a long time. My first book.
Hot Topic in America stopped having goth stuff ages ago. There's no Hot Topic in New Zealand, but we have goths. I was or am. I don't know which counts. Any one? What? Oh, a goth. Yeah. You know, it was weird though, because like I said, I didn't really like. I kind of hung out with goth kids and with like, you know, more like scene kids, and like I just like I never picked one, right? I never, you know, put my eggs in one basket or anything like that, but I always got like dragged to places by my goth friends. My goth friends always wanted to go somewhere. My eternal hatred for the MCU has been reawakened. Why is this trash film series so hegemonic and about racist Strasserites that even racist Strasserites are invoking it and seething about trans people on Twitter, dunking on them? Oh my God. Well, I was one of those people until I got blocked by Peter Coffin and and Caleb Maupin and Miss ACD.
Custom Reality in You is also very much about that, but it's more centered on that dynamic, whereas this book is a lot more expansive in its scope.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it sounds expansive.
The thing that disturbs me the most about what you're describing here, and in some of the writing I've done, I call it like hashtag revolution. I mean, it's clearly made for social media, right?
Yes.
There's no construction of any organization, right? I mean, you know, in the past, if one were to call themselves an anti-racist or a progressive or a socialist or whatever, that meant one joined an organization and made friends with a group of other people and started to, you know, construct a community.
Wait, is your problem that it's a friend? I feel like these two don't agree. I feel like Peter Coffin feels like the problem is it's a friend group. It's kind of similar to Vosh, the left is not your social club. And Caleb Maupin thinks that the problem is that it's not a friend group. This is they have. I feel like they have two different takes here, and they don't.
Around
I'm not even sure if they realize it.
this ideology, and as a group, you started trying to achieve certain goals and pass certain laws, and that's not what this is at all. I mean, it's
No.
very divorced from anything like that. And you get into that. Maybe talk about that a little.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a really good demonstration of one of the main themes of the book, which is how a word can have a bunch of different definitions. Community here
Define woke. That's the first definition. I would love to hear you elucidate. Define woke.
is probably the primary word. What community meant before is people who were linked by a common cause, interest, or location. And in the case of, say, progressives or communists or whatnot, that would be people who are intending to engage in action. And in order to engage in any type of action like that, you need to collectivize your power, which usually means finding a bunch of people that you're going to at least kind of get along with, or at least agree with, and forming or joining organizations along those lines. Community now means the marketing demographic that you're a part of. And that's really, I think, part of the reason why we've been so atomized is they've changed the definitions around on us. We have different conceptualizations of what something actually is. There's a lot, I mean, the intro of the book is a lot focused on how a lot of words mean different things to different people, and how ultimately the real definition is the one that the ruling class puts forward and tries to get people to learn, you know? And I think that dynamic has really made it difficult for people to...
Maybe France could bring out another Asterisks movie or something. I know there's a new Tintin, a Tant. How is it pronounced in French? It's like Tintin. There's a new Tintin game. I'll just say it the American way, coming out. But that's Belgian, is it? Yeah, I feel like a lot of the bande dessinée are Belgian, actually. Who is the they? Oh, who is the they that changed the definitions? Oh my God! Why don't you ask Caleb that? What Caleb loves to speak in they, in this, like, you know, mysterious they, like, right? They have different takes, but they don't care because they can unite over hating trans people.
Even start from an understanding that in order to do any of the stuff that even a lot of people, I mean, are right about. Like, I don't go through this book. Like, Woke Ouraboura isn't a book about how, you know, gender concerns aren't real or racism doesn't exist. Like, a lot of people who hate wokeness do that. Like, and I don't think that all of those, I think that some of those concerns are certainly fake. I think that, I don't think that the 1619 Project, for instance, is legitimate. I think that they're trying to revise history significantly. Yeah. But I think that racism is real, and that it is a problem that it's driven by a certain relationship to the state and to capital, and that it justifies a lot of pretty heinous crap. But because the definitions have been rearranged on us so much, and the ideology, as Marx said in the German ideology, the ruling ideology is the ideology of the ruling class, we end up pretty ineffective and atomized, and we don't collectivize. We don't do it. Instead, again, what we were talking about a moment ago, we competitively consume and then display our consumption to people saying, I am the best of this. Like, that's the influencer mode. Like, they made that in...
So wait, is Peter Coffin gonna compare being trans to, like, being a Spider-Man fan? Is that the idea? Is that where we're going with this?
To a way that you can have a job. You're the best, you know, Marvel fan. You're the best video game fan. You're the best... And you know, it'd probably make people angry to say this. You're the best transgender woman. Like, that's the influencer mode.
I knew it.
What people are ultimately looking to be, as opposed to a part of a real community that organizes people and attempts to.
I knew he was. I called it.
Well, right, and that
I called it.
When your goal is to be the best, it stops being about trying to find unity with people and trying to,
even when she's not trying to be right,
trying to bring people together to do something. It starts being about, well, if anyone comes along who might be doing it in a slightly different way than you're doing it, or might be able to hit it from a different angle, you have to immediately find a way that they're wrong and you're right.
Yo, I mean, I'm always looking for people to hit it from a different angle, but that's like.
And that seems to be a big part of the social media aspect of this. There's no desire to find common ground whatsoever. It's almost the opposite. It's that, you know, people immediately want to find a difference to justify their existence.
I tweeted earlier today, the other social media group is stupid and mine is great. And I attributed that quote.
Oh my God, you're a genius. What a banger tweet. Damn. Too bad I'm blocked and I can't like and retweet that shit. That sounds awesome, Peter.
Everyone.
Well, there you go.
That's what it really is.
It's best tweet ever.
I find it very hard to take communism and Marxism even seriously on Twitter anymore, because Marxism,
I appreciate another angle every now and then. Yeah,
doesn't mean somebody who's read Marx and applies the understanding, or somebody's read Lenin or Stalin or Hudson recently, or Arpam Dutt, or any of these many important authors that are criticizing and outlining the way things work, stuff that we need to know if we are going to collectivize and change things. Marxism has unfortunately become one of these marketing demographics. And I didn't make this book to be like the woke book for the Marxist in your life. I made it to be a legitimate criticism, but I do think about that as I'm talking about it. Like I'm trying to figure out ways to promote it. Like I started calling it the snake book and telling people that they need to get snake pilled.
Oh no!
Well,
Oh no!
One of the things you talk about in here, which I think is actually really interesting, is that in theory, a lot of this, essentialism, a lot of this wokeness, is about wanting to encourage people to raise awareness about racism or raise awareness about gender oppression.
Wait. He just analogized wokeness and essentialism, like, right? So, like, I thought that what Peter Coffin was trying to get at was to say that, like, wokeness is like a component or like a presupposition, or sorry, not wokeness, but that essentialism was like fundamental, was underlying wokeness or something like that. Caleb Maupin just equated them. Caleb Maupin just like essentially implied they're the same thing,
or about the oppression of trans people or something like that. But the way these folks conduct themselves, it actually deters people from talking about those issues. Because what if they do it wrong, right? And I think you touch on that. Go on, what you're going to say about that?
Yeah, there's so much to talk about there. Firstly, again, I've said this before already tonight. A lot of those things have legitimate grievances, and that stuff isn't like all correct. It's not all a legitimate grievance, but some of it definitely is, and it's important to take seriously. The way that wokeness frames it makes it impossible to take seriously because these ideologies are oriented towards
conflict. Oh my god, I have to
They're
pee.
oriented towards competition. They're oriented towards the splitting of people. And
wait, no, I've got to listen to this while I pee.
Intersectionality in the book.
That's
CRT
important.
In the book. And talk about how
CRT, he's using,
the subtitle of the book is segregation.
There we go. Peter Coffin, CRT is a real thing. What's up, Woody Red?
And essentialism. There's a lot of segregation that comes forward.
You didn't get the notification today? That's messed up. We should at Twitch on Twitter. We should yell at Twitch.
From the woke version.
I want to yell at Twitch. That makes me mad.
In a lot of the ways that they talk about as solutions, like representation, media representation.
Wait, you are talking about the Twitch notification, right?
What that really is just dictating what is an acceptable version of that person. And that version of that person, like let's say, what is the acceptable trans woman or what is the acceptable non-binary person? It's usually the version that, well, I shouldn't say usually. It's always the version that benefits the ruling class the most. In the terms of what it usually is, it's usually something that's going to piss off another group.
Be right back. I gotta pee.
It sets forward a uniform. It sets forward a set of principles. It sets forward a bunch of slogans. Sets forward expectations. And if you're not that kind of trans person or non-binary person, you're the wrong kind, and you don't exist. And none of those folks are anywhere in the media because they don't benefit the ruling class. Somebody who is perhaps gay or trans and just a regular ass factory worker, they're ignored. They're not paid attention to. And that's the majority of people that are like that. Not the majority of people we see that are like that, though. The people that we see that are like that are the kind that are bound to piss off somebody, whether that somebody be a conservative or that somebody be an orthodox materialist, whether dialectical or even a non-dialectical materialist, more primitive materialist even. It's all oriented towards conflict. It's all really just, it's there. Like, and it's not just trans people and non-binary people, obviously. It's also different races. It's also different, like the binary genders. It's all of these things. Anything that can be incorporated as an identity, whether that be, like I said, more individual things, or even I'm a Democrat, or I'm a liberal, or I'm a leftist, or I'm a Marxist. These things all become that too, because and it's not just that people don't understand these things. It's also people not applying them, because there are a lot of people that do understand, that have read this stuff, and still slot right into these dynamics because they're not applying what they understand. So we end up with consumption patterns, consumption paths for all of this stuff. And I could circle right back around to the competitive consumption thing, but I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Yeah, well, in your book, you talk at one point about something that I've talked about a lot myself, the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And then from there, you went on to talk about, quote unquote, black Marxism, as if Marxism was white, before that. You want to talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, Cedric Robinson put out a book in 1982 called Black Marxism. And that title gives the impression that it is some kind of update on Marxism that would pertain to Black people in the United States. It's hardly that. Now, this isn't to say that Cedric Robinson makes no good points at all in his book. He does. There is some legitimate criticism. He leans materialist, but I think that he leans more primitive materialist. I don't think that he doesn't really like class politics. He views those things as issues in terms of addressing race. And ultimately, it turns into an anti-Marxist book. It's a book about how Marx is inadequate for the racial experience. And that's just entirely untrue. Marx isn't inadequate for any of that. Marx criticized racism. Like, Marx was very outspoken and wrote a lot about the Civil War in the United States explicitly on the side of Lincoln and the Republicans, putting forward a lot of stuff that was published. I can't remember the newspaper that he was published in the United States. It's
New York Tribune.
Yeah, the New York. Thank you. Which was essentially the Republican platform. Like that paper was read by the Republicans of the time, which are very different than the Republicans of now, to be fair.
Yeah.
They're like Lincoln put out a book about socialism and it was positive. Like that's a very different republicanism than the one that is around today. But that being said, 1982 was a great year for anti-Marxist Marxist books because it was the same year that Settlers was published.
Yeah.
These are books that take.
Okay, so we definitely got an axe. We got an axe, and we're gonna grind it. That's what we're doing today. We're grinding axes. We've already grinded an axe against trans people. Obviously, Peter Coffin is big mad about trans people. Obviously, and this is the weird thing about them. Vosh and Peter Coffin and like the Pat Socks do not get along. Vosh will call these people class reductionists, right? But at the same time, like there's a commonality in that they both like imagine a inverted hierarchy in which oppression or perceived oppression, right? Because like according to Vosh, men are just as oppressed as women. We just don't recognize it. And maybe that oppression takes a different, more social form, according to Vosh. But like, you know, in that framework, it's the people that are like it's basically a Ben Shapiro like oppression Olympics kind of framework. Like the idea that actually marginalized people aren't really marginalized. Them being able to claim an identity, them being able to point at themselves as marginalized is their ability to shut you up. Like Raj will say this, like you can't have a, he's not welcome to talk about black issues because he's not black. And it's not that he understands that that's because of that somebody else might have lived experience that might give them, a better perspective on it. It's just because maybe the left is anti-white, like, right? And you're seeing the same kind of aggrievement with these two, which is, I don't know, I find it interesting. The reason that these two groups see eye to eye in certain ways and yet do not get along. Obviously, these two hate Vosh and, all the Vosh orbiters and the Vosh orbiters hate them as well. There's like the only exception I could think of is Chariot. Used to be a Peter Coffin reply person, right? At one time, right? Chariot actually had a really interesting like evolution ideologically. When I first became aware, and I'm talking about Chariot, with a 4 as the A and the 0 as the O or whatever. This is like a kind of a Vosh person these days, right? It's who I'm talking about. When I first came across Chariot. Chariot was doing things like calling out ContraPoints on the non-binary discourse when ContraPoints like was bitching about pronoun circles. Chariot ended up getting in a debate with ContraPoints, right? And also calling out like class reductionists and dirtbag leftists on their fetish for the Mark Fisher book called Exiting the Vampire Castle. So if you talk to, any like Red Scare, Chapo type people back in the day, they would be like, read the Vampire Castle, read the Vampire Castle, read the that was, that was their bread book, right? And they, it's kind of like not Mark Fisher's best work. There's some things that I appreciate about Mark Fisher. That's not one of them, right? I think it's one of his like, one of his worst books, right? And Chariot made fun of that, right? So, I kind of, this was back when Chariot was called Gwen No Fear, like was Chariot V 1.0, right? And then something happened, and I'm not entirely clear about it, and I'm not going to like bring it up. I'm not trying to, cancel Chariot or anything, but there was something in Chariot's polycule that happened, and there were accusations against Chariot. They sounded pretty serious. I never really have parsed through the details to know, what's what. But Chariot ceased to be called Gwen No Fear and rebranded to Materialist Waifu, right? And at that point, that's when Chariot and Peter Coffin were just like, real, on the same wavelength, right? And that lasted for a while. And I don't know if there's ever been like a breakup. Like I mean, you hear Peter Coffin talk about trans people. It's hard to imagine like any trans people would want to be around Peter Coffin. So maybe it was as simple as that. Maybe, you know, Chariot just like eventually got fed up. But I think part of it too was that like Chariot perceived herself to have been canceled. And Peter Coffin was the side of things, the dirtbag side of things that was like, cancel culture is wrong. And so like if Chariot wanted to be accepted somewhere and not be questioned and not have like, you know, the accusations kind of just, you know, affect her negatively, Peter Coffin's community, Peter Coffin's sphere was a great place for that, because these people hate cancel culture. So almost the fact that Chariot is canceled was like a plus, right? And then I don't know what happened. I don't know like if there was a formal breakup or, you know, just a drifting apart between Chariot and Peter Coffin. But after that, they became Chariot and they got more like Vosh Demon Mama aligned. But yeah, that is the one connection I can think of, because I told you the connection between like between Chud Logic and Peter Coffin, right? It's that they actually used to be friends. It's a more indirect one in the Vosh community. It's only really Chariot that was terribly close to Peter Coffin at any time. And I don't think that Chariot still, at least I don't know that Chariot still is. So yeah, just some interesting lore for you, right? And again, I'm not saying this to, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, bring up, like if Chariot is uncomfortable with Peter Coffin now, that's, you know, good enough for me, right? Just an essay. Oh yeah, it's a short piece. It's a short piece, and Chariot read it on stream and just kind of like debunked it and deconstructed it in real time. And it was one of my favorite pieces of content early on. So I was like a huge fan actually of Gwen No Fear back in the day. But you know, then once it became materialist waifu and she became kind of a Coffin orbiter, I sort of lost track. So it was around the time when I kind of was realizing that TGT wasn't as left as they made out. The YouTube Clout Network is more convoluted than a Metal Gear Solid game. Oh my god, I've never played Metal Gear Solid. Is it good? Should I play it? Do I need to play it, Hilmandra? How is everybody? Oh my god, I'm so sorry that like my brain was like not awake at the start of the stream. I feel like it is now though. I feel like I'm good now. I'm just coming to, there's something about Sunday. It's so hard for me to get up on Sunday. Does anybody else have that? There's something about Sunday that like, I just cannot, like, I want to like, I don't know, like lay in bed all day on Sunday. But I mean, it's a good day and you know, it's a good time to catch up on stuff, right? Is it already Sunday? Yes, it is Sunday. Confirmed. Imagine aligning yourself with Demon Mama. Well, look, like, obviously I'm not a fan of a lot of things that Demon Mama says and the Vosh Clout Network in general. I'm not trying to, you know, cast aspersions at Chariot or anyone else. You know, we don't hate, in other words, right? We don't hate, but I do keep track of things, and I do find it interesting, the kind of like alliances and disalliances that happen throughout time. And I find it funny that I might be becoming too left for political streamers on Twitch. What is up with that? Spark That Blood, you are right about that though. Like, it's super weird, right? You don't have to be very far left at all to be considered a radical, to be considered beyond the pale on Twitch politics. And that it's a concerted effort. It's not by accident. It's not a coincidence. It's been cultivated this way, right? Back in the day, political Twitch was kind of like an outgrowth of BreadTube, right? BreadTube, you know, being like PhilosophyTube, ContraPoints, I guess like Vosh to a lesser extent, Xander Hall. It was just like anybody left on YouTube was called BreadTube back in the day, right? And Contra didn't even know what the bread reference was to. People would post bread in Contra's chat, and she'd be like, what is all this bread? Why do people keep on spamming bread at me? And they're like, read the bread book, read the bread book. And right, you know, Contra tried to get into leftism. Obviously, you know, her heart wasn't really into it. So BreadTube ends up being like primarily not even like leftists, but people that are in opposition to the alt-right and to the rise of the alt-right and to the, if you go into the like Vosh Xanderhal zone, you're talking about like the de-radicalization of the alt-right and the rehabilitation. And we're going to be talking about that tomorrow. We're going to be talking about Vosh's video on iDubbbz and what iDubbbz is going through right now. This is a former N-word Andy that actually got disgusted by his own community, actually got like just grossed out by the fact that, you know, he did videos where he'd, you know, he'd you know, take a picture with Tana Mojo. Is that how it's pronounced? Mojo? And say, you know, instead of say cheese, he'd say he'd say the N-word, right? And then like at some point people would go up to iDubbbz in public, like iDubbbz would just be out at Kmart or something like that, or Walmart or some kind of mart, and basically iDubbbz fan would come up to him and say the N-word really loud, and like he realized at that point this isn't good, right? It was at that point that iDubbbz realized how disgusting the commentary community was on YouTube, and that he wanted no part of it. And, you know, it kind of culminated in him doing that video on Sam Hyde, which he's now hated for. He's now hated by the commentary community, the same people that, you know, used to lovingly come up to him and say the N-word, now hate him for being a beta cuck. You've always been too left for Twitch streamers. Welcome to not being a Yankee. To be blacklisted on political Twitch, all it takes is to say that Nazis are bad and we should probably not play around with them. Yeah, to be like, you know, I have a problem with a panel that, you know, with a VTube frog openly proposing the JQ. I was like, hey, you ever think of the JQ? You know, well, maybe Kanye was right about something. They're like, no, thank you, Doobie, but no, thank you. Contra on the left. I mean, she was wrapped up in this whole thing, right? You know, I mean, like the whole thing is like, it is, what is BreadTube at the end of the day, right? Because people have said that BreadTube is like, you know, a movement. You know, obviously it's not really a movement. They say, you know, it's leftist. Not entirely. There's a lot of BreadTubers who are left-ish, but not leftist per se, right? And then they, you know, a social group, yeah, in some ways, I guess. You know, it's like has to do with who's cool with who, and but they're not all cool with each other, so it can't just be that. I almost think that BreadTube, you're sort of like just seeing like where the algorithm, right? You know, the algorithm is what tells you or doesn't tell you, like, about my latest video. Like, I had a video on the Lieutenant Governor of Tennessee, how he got creepy with a 17-year-old gay guy on Instagram, despite being anti-LGBT in the legislation that Tennessee was passing, right? You may or may not have seen that, and that's due to the algorithm. The algorithm goes through and decides, like, what video should I serve you? You're a sub to No Comment Chick, but she just made a video. It's not about Vosh. It's not about Xanderhal. You know? These are videos you've clicked on in the past, but you've never clicked on a video about lieutenant governors from Tennessee. So, I don't know, should I serve you the video or not? And it's strange things. Some of you may have seen that video. Some of you may have gotten the video, you know, seen it, you know, as an option in your like homepage. And some of you may have not seen it, and that's the algorithm. So it almost feels like the algorithm spits out kind of a distribution of like, you know, content creators or you know, spits people out into the audiences of content creators, right? And the pattern that emerges is really what we could call BreadTube. Oh my God, that's an extremely long explanation, but does that make sense, chat? It's almost like the double slit experiment, right? You know, where they shoot electrons through two slits, and they expect to see just two lines, right? Because they're two electrons going through two slits. If it's a particle, it should just like come out like straight, and there's like these two slits, and you see two two aggregations of where the particles landed, right? To, you know, on the right. But when you that's what happens when you look at the particles. When you observe the particles, you see that. When you don't observe them, they act more like waves, right? So it's a wave function, and instead you see, oh my God, what is it called? This kind of distribution. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, you see several lines instead of just two lines, right? Whether it's, anyway, that's what the algorithm is. It's a double slit experiment for your brain.
Marxist ideas and terms and criticize it in a manner that doesn't necessarily explicitly denounce it. Like Black Marxism doesn't denounce Marxism per se, but it does ultimately conclude that
RedTube, more like LibTube. Yeah, I mean, basically,
it is
mostly
inadequate for addressing racism. Whereas Settlers, for instance, pretends to be like Maoist, and that book follows. I mean, there are things that he quotes from Mao in it, but it's certainly not something that I would.
I mean, I have a couple thoughts here. I mean, one thing that comes to mind is that, you know, I mean, just first of all, like the term white privilege, right?
Yeah.
Oh my
Think
God.
about it, right? A privilege is something that one is not
Oh my God, white privilege. Here we go.
entitled to, right? A privilege is something that's granted.
Yes.
And, you know, historically, Marxists, if you go back to the Communist Party in the 1930s, you go back to the Communist Party in the 50s, the Maoist groups in the 70s, they didn't talk about privilege. They talked about rights. A job is a right. Healthcare is a right. It was the term civil rights became the rallying cry of the Black Freedom Movement because the Communist Party started the Civil Rights Congress. And that's how the Civil Rights Movement, that's why the Black Freedom struggle suddenly became the Civil Rights Movement, right? Marxism talks about.
Wait, I mean, like, that's not. Does anybody else have a problem with him mapping, like, rights onto privilege?
Rights, not privileges. And that the kinds of things that people of color experience for being people of color are not a lack of privilege. They are instead a denial of their rights. You have the right to not get shot for reaching for your wallet. You have the right to not be discriminated at your job.
White privilege is not just the it's not just the, you know, distillation of rights unimpeded by oppression that you would get if you were not white, right? Like it's more than that. Like, what part of white privilege is that you're in some way benefiting from the oppression of others. It's not just that you are. So privilege is not just the absence of oppression. In other words, does that make sense?
You have the right to get a decent income and not, you know, get a lesser income because of your race. And when you frame it as privilege rather than a right being violated, it leads to the idea that the solution isn't to advance everybody. Rather, the solution is to remove the privilege from those who have it, right? And even that is a departure from Marxism. And I know it was a Maoist, Noel Ignatin, who is credited with the term white skin privilege.
Well, I mean, like, okay, I think there's a natural, like, aversion to any sort of social justice movement that occurs in like privileged people, where they'll interpret any sort of move towards rights for marginalized people to be to be an erosion of their privilege. But just like Caleb, they're not really seeing that like, you know, like, so he's talking about privilege being like a right? Part of it is unearned. Part of it is unearned. Part of it is, like, you know, the redistribution of resources away from people that are facing oppression and you know, to the beneficiaries of those.
He was a Maoist communist out of Harvard.
Just calling someone a Maoist is to try to discredit them. Yeah, totally principled Marxist here.
Harvard University, and he's the guy who coined the term, I believe. But I view that, even that term, as a departure.
It's something that Vosh and Contra fans made up on Reddit. Well, Contra was, like, out of the loop, right? Contra didn't know what was going on. Was it Vosh fans? Interference pattern. Yes, thank you, Shakespeare. It's an interference pattern. Yes.
From the way communists and Marxists generally have addressed these issues. What do you think?
I very much agree. I'm not a fan of the word privilege, because I think you framed it perfectly in terms of it's, rather than saying all people deserve this thing, it's saying those people get this thing, and that means they're bad.
But I mean, it's a different thing to observe that, like, that privileged people buck under the idea of having their privilege identified and stated as such. Like, right? I mean, that's more of a descriptive claim, right? As opposed to, like, a prescriptive claim that I have to be have had to be particular about the streamers I watch anymore. Over the last couple of years, I've been on Twitch. I feel like I've been exposed to too much liberal thought and worry about it rotting my brain. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's a pressure on streamers, right? There's a pressure on streamers to be a certain way. That's why I talk about clout networks, right? Part of the function of clout networks is to bring different streamers in line with somebody's perspective and somebody's intrinsic goodness. Like when we talk about the Vosh Clout Network, you're brought into that because of two reasons. A, you are close enough to Vosh's takes, Vosh's views to not, kind of interfere with that. And B, you're reinforcing the idea that Vosh is there's something intrinsically good about his presence, right? That's what the clout networks are at their very base, and they can be sort of they can be like they can sort of be attached to like a person, like we see with Vosh and Destiny, or they can be attached to more like a group of people, like we see with Twitch politics. Like traditionally Twitch politics, like there are centralizing figures, right? Obviously Doobie's like a big deal because he brings the audience from the politics Discord, right? But it hasn't been as much about like a centralized figure. It's been more dispersed, like, and it's been I mean, I guess a little bit less like less pyramidal in its nature, but it still does kind of have the effect of pulling people towards this consensus. And I don't even think it's a liberal one, Cryptid Mage. I think that the centralizing consensus of Twitch poll is more like center right. It's more like IDW, right? And it's been a gradual tug of war with the outgrowths of BreadTube, which at least, see themselves as progressive, towards a more anti-SJW sort of oriented view of the world, right? Where we're gonna, say that we're not, endorsing prejudice or anything like that, but we're also gonna, be really suspect of social justice movements in any way. Caleb doesn't know what a Maoist is. It's not MLMZT. It's something that was theorized in Latin America and is applied to the Filipino and Indian revolutions, as well as other movements. Marxist-Leninism, Maoism is just theorized as a higher stage of thought because it takes into account the peasantry, semi-feudal, and semi-colonial countries.
It has nothing really to do with the advancement of anybody. And I'm also not saying that white people don't have a less or lesser chance of being shot by a policeman in a routine traffic stop. A routine traffic stop, not shop. You don't go to the store for automobile traffic.
We get you.
But that's true. I mean, that's a real statistical fact. But that's not a privilege. That is just an example of an ideology, racism, being used to excuse violence in over-policed communities, usually poor. I heard this cited by a liberal of all. I don't remember who it was. It was on the Jon Stewart problem thing, talking about how if you control for poverty, crime, and this was crime and another statistic. I can't remember what the other statistic was, but they look about the same between black people and white people. It's that racism is a means to justify poverty in certain areas. Like, it doesn't justify all poverty, but hey, these people are impoverished, and that is why to this group. Like, there's maybe another reason for another group because we have a million ideologies now, but like the clustering of demographics allows them to say this neighborhood is a black neighborhood. This neighborhood is therefore X, Y, and Z.
The clustering of demographics, try redlining, try systemic racism. Or is that like, is that so hard? Like, you're acting like it's like a high school and like the black kids tend to just sit with the other black kids, and I guess they just like, it's like a distribution, like it's like like right, just like kind of how clustering just kind of like happens or something like that, right? And it's like, in reality, no, this is not like The people you're talking about clustering, you know, if you want to say anything, they are clustered. They you know, like redlining has a very specific effect. You can see it in certain cities, like in terms of the like stark, you know, differences in income and poverty just across the street, right? Check out these white people upset by the language of the oppressed to refer to their oppression and not meeting the standards, meeting their standards as oppressors. Yeah, there is too much fragility and resistance to conflict in favor of comforting. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, is that look, think of ignorance as like a wind, right? And the wind is like blowing, right? And there's two ways you can handle that, right? You can fight it, right? You know, so like a sailboat, like, right? If the wind is blowing like this way and you want to go over this way, right? So, you know, you're kind of going against the wind. You've got to tack. You've got to go like this, and then you got to go like that, and you got to kind of zigzag your way to get where you're going, right? Whereas an easier path, you know, not both mentally, you know, figuring this out, like to do this with your sailboat, and you know, in terms of you know, the speed that you'll go, is to just like hold your sail like kind of out in front and like let it pull your boat like straight forward, like in other words, go with the wind. And that wind is ignorance, right? So there's an incentive for content creators to cater to ignorance, right? And you know, like especially when it's like privileged ignorance, right? Because it's hard to take somebody and walk them through the idea of like that, you know, so you are not intrinsically evil as a, you know, because you are a white person, but the whiteness, right? The social construct on top of a social construct that defines it by that which it is not. I mean, that kind of is evil, right? And like, right, when you say I've heard so many people hearing that argument say, oh wait, so you think that I should just unalive myself? Like, right, I've literally heard somebody accuse a black content creator of telling white people to unalive themselves when she was doing nothing of the sort. She was doing nothing of the sort. She was talking about dismantling and deconstructing whiteness, right? As the, like, that is the path. Like, if you want to be on black people's side on these issues, right? That's the work that white people need to do before you can even like talk about like really, you know, being like, I mean, the word ally is overused, and some people say that we should be thinking more about accomplices rather than allies. But to get to there, like, it involves like sort of dismantling that social construct in and of yourself, first and foremost, right? So it's not KYS, right? It's something really different. But like a lot of privileged white people who don't have any familiarity with these concepts, when they first hear this, they react as if they themselves are being attacked, as if they are being essentialized as evil, and that's not the point. That's not what's happening. You should really read the book The Death of Expertise. It's really good. It talks about the weaponized ignorance, on the internet. I think white distress intolerance causes a lot of people not just listening and sitting with that feeling of guilt or whatever, instead of letting it metastasize into white victimhood. Yeah, there's plenty of like example. There's plenty of examples of this. You can tell that Coffin does not understand sociology. He describes privilege, then denies that it's a privilege. Yeah, Peter, not being affected by racism is a privilege if your society is built on the foundation of white supremacy. Your wind metaphor makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, like, that's, I don't know. Like, I'm full of metaphors for, you know, for better or for worse.
They might say that it's a poor neighborhood, and that might be something that they're saying to defend that neighborhood. But at the same time, other people might say, well, that's why it's a crime-infested neighborhood. That's why we
Vosh doesn't understand sociology
need more police there
either.
And that's why you have more police there, and it's why there's more deaths in those. Like, and also a police officer might be individually racist. We don't know that either. Like, that's another factor. It's I'm talking in circles here. It's an ideology that's ultimately about justifying things that the state necessarily has to do. So if we talk about it in terms of white privilege, instead of targeting the bourgeois and the state, we're targeting like the upper middle class of white people, which I'm not saying that I don't. I wish that everybody had what they have. Certainly, I think that they have more than most people do, but they're not the reason. They're not at fault. They're just kind of lucky. And yes, race might be a factor in that. Certainly, Black people are overrepresented in poorer demographics, but at the same time, they're proportionally represented in the middle class at this point. I mean, almost. It's 12% Black people in the middle class versus 13% overall. But that doesn't mean they aren't overrepresented in the poorer areas. Still, the ultimate point here is that we're stuck. We're stuck in this liberal paradigm that I was not aware that that's where privilege came from, a communist. It's odd to me that a communist, even a Maoist, and when I say Maoist, I don't mean follower of Mao. I mean the sort of not the marketing demographic of Maoists. I'm surprised because I mean that's just a fundamental violation of what like we're really thinking about in terms of where power comes from. Power doesn't come from being white. Power comes from owning things and having control over things, and that it can certainly be correlated to race, but it's not. Race is not the reason.
These people are so far off from understanding like what they're talking about. Like, right, there's so many levels removed from understand. Like you're getting this like discussion of whiteness from Peter Coffin, like it's more than a social construction on top of a social construction, right? I mean, and it is in the sense that it's allied, it's sort of bound up in a sense of power. That's how it manifests, right? But yeah, it's just like I don't know how I would even explain this stuff to them. What's up, Spankum? Good to see you.
Race didn't create those dynamics and relationships.
Marketing demographic. Most Maoists are in the global South,
and therefore, when somebody says power comes from being white, and this is what a woke Ouraboura says. They're saying in a acceptable way, white power. Like it harkens to the essential.
Who knew
Idea that being white is the factor that gives you power. That is an essentialist idea, and even if they don't mean it that way, ultimately, if you continue down the logic, you're saying.
This is so wild. Yeah, good to see you too, Meow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. So wait, does he think that... Again, we don't have the benefit of like parachuting Brianna Joy Gray in to ask both Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, what do they mean by wokeness? What does wokeness mean? What do they describe wokeness as? But right, he sees like wokeness as being... It's looking at whiteness, or not even whiteness, but like, because he hasn't used that language, and to my knowledge, he's either unfamiliar or just doesn't find that framework useful at all. So he's not talking about whiteness. He's talking about the phenomenon of being part of the group, called white, right? Like, that there is a, I don't know, power, intelligence, competence permeating that group that doesn't permeate other groups. He thinks that's what wokeness is literally saying like, wow. Coffin has accepted the right straw man of wokeness. Yeah, I mean, most likely that's what it is, right? We don't get to, it's unfortunate we don't get to ask them what they mean, because right-wingers don't know what they mean by wokeness, right? They don't agree on it. All they're doing is harnessing an anti-fandom, right? There's a whole bunch of people that have a problem with wokeness, and they see it as like a million different things, right? And so instead of trying to define like, okay, so here's what wokeness really is, here's what's underlying all of your, anger at wokeness, right? Like, here's what I mean. They don't need to say that. All they have to say is fuck wokeness. Florida's where woke goes to die. Like, like we're anti-woke. We're not like, right. All they got to say is that we hate that woke stuff too. And they never have to actually define what they're talking about. And they don't care because a lot of them are grifters, right? A lot of times it doesn't matter. If you can cast a broad net, you can bring in more fish, and they get the maximum amount of fish by not defining wokeness. And I feel like Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin are kind of the same in that regard.
This totally like surface level aspect of a person is what gives them power. So Why is that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe I have to view people of that demographic as powerful, and therefore I'm viewing that demographic, the opposing demographic.
Wait, like, what does he mean by powerful, though? Like, right? Because the way that he said it, it implies that he thinks that woke people look at white people as being, you know, like inherently more powerful. Not that whiteness itself is a way of kind of cornering, you know, the market on power and disempowering groups that don't fit into that framework, right? That's like, he's missing so much.
The oppressed demographic as weak. And they don't realize that that's what they're saying, but that's what they're saying.
Sure. Well, I mean, a few things come to mind. I mean, one thing that...
Yeah, what is this posturing indeed? I know, Shakespeare.
That I have really... Having lived in New York...
You just think you're oppressed.
City for, you know, the past, I think, 12 years I've been here.
Yeah, you're actually privileged by your social capital. I wonder if we're going to get... When we're going to get to social capital.
You know, one thing that I just keep...
We are not like the other girls.
Coming back to is that, you know, a lot of these folks, most of these woke folks we're talking about are white, by the way. They don't know that low-income white people exist. You know, if you live in New York City, low-income white people are very rare. You know what I mean? You know, you're either in the white middle class or you're not. You know, or you're...
Whoa. Were we talking about essentializing earlier? And now we have most of these woke people are white. I'm sorry I don't have the H-Bomber guy meme with me to say, citation motherfucking needed. Right? Most woke people are white. But, like, you know, what it doesn't really matter, right? Caleb's not, like, proposing a question of demographics or anything like that. Caleb is painting a picture. Caleb is projecting a narrative, right? It's the same narrative you've heard from the right wing. And that is like, these are just a bunch of rich white privileged college students anyway, and they want to talk about you know, oppressed people and like, I don't know. It's you know, it's similar to like the socialism is when no money thing. If you're a socialist, you better be living out of your car. Otherwise, are you really a socialist after all? I thought you didn't believe in money, and yet you seem to have enough money to take care of yourself. Not much of a socialist, I guess. You just read Exiting the Vampire Castle. It's literally just an article. It's like more like an essay, actually. Yeah, it's an essay by Mark Fisher, and I would say it's not his best work. Have you read any other Mark Fisher, right? Because like I don't know if you have a basis of comparison, Lincoln, but Mark Fisher wrote a number of well, like, let's see. He was a blogger, right? He was one of those, you know, when blogging was hot, Mark Fisher was a blogger, right? And he was blogging about leftist stuff, like way before a lot of, you know, the sort of explosion of interest in leftism that followed the Bernie 2016 campaign, right? So, yeah, and he's got a lot of work. I would say that Exiting the Vampire Castle, though, the problem I have with it is it's just an angry old man yelling at clouds, right? It's you get the feeling that like he either in his class, you know, had to deal with students who would, you know, he'd say stuff and they would be like, that's kind of messed up, dude. I don't know, like, right? Because like, you know, they're more aware of things than he is, right? They're different you know, things emphasized in their education and just, you know, in terms of the zeitgeist of their time than happened in you know, during his education, right? And like his cope to being called out by his class or to being called out by Twitter. I can't really tell which, but he got called out by somebody. It really stung. It really stung bad. And it stung so bad that he had to write a whole ass book about it, starting off with defending Russell Brand as a working class hero, Russell Brand. See, it didn't age well. It didn't. That's the problem with the Vampire Castle. It really didn't age well. I don't know. Like, it's, yeah, I mean, like, look at what this Exiting the Vampire Castle stuff has done for us, right? Look at what it's done to the left, in other words, right? It's got us Vosh, it's got us Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, right? It's got us like unworkable leftist movements that are antithetical to solidarity because they're based on fragility of privileged people, right? So rather than working on our consciousness in the sense in that sort of sense, working on the consciousness of privileged people to create the atmosphere that might be conducive to some kind of solidarity, right? We're going to reinforce all their worst fragilities. And that's what you've got now. And that's why it's so unworkable. And that's why everything kind of, sucks, right? That side, in some ways, won, at least on the online left. That's what you see in Twitch poll, or actually kind of worse than that in Twitch poll. And that's what you see in like, leftist communities like Vosh's, right? It's this whole idea that marginalized people need to shut up, sit down, and get out of the way of their edgy boy messiah, because we got Vosh, and Vosh is going to save us all. And if you don't, if you speak up against Vosh, you're risking all of our lives. Like, right, the Nazis are going to win if we say anything bad about Vosh. So don't bring up those screenshots. Don't bring up those bad takes. Don't point out that this dude has a fundamental misunderstanding of like everything that he's saying, right? Just get in line. Get in line, because he's apparently the best that we can do. That's sad. And that's kind of what that's the legacy of Mark Fisher's book, Exiting the Vampire Castle, unfortunately. But fortunately for you, he's written a lot of other good things. So I would encourage you to read more Mark Fisher. I know the essay is very easy to read. It doesn't take a long time. But yeah, I would encourage you to read other things by Mark Fisher. It's not his best work.
Not here. You're somewhere else, and people don't see you. And that, I grew up in a small town in Ohio.
Mark Fisher is the man that complained about students wearing headphones during class. That was capitalist. Oh, okay.
There were
that was in capitalist realism.
In my town, full of white people. There were beat up apartment buildings in my town that had very, very low cost that kids grew up in. And I mean, there are low income white people all across America. But if you listen to a lot of the woke
no shit
rhetoric, every white person is living the lifestyle of a yuppie coffee shop.
No, you missed the point, Caleb.
Class existence. And it's weird because the kind of things that racist folks will say to people of color, right? Like, oh, well, they just need to get their shit together. They will say to low income white people, well, they have white privilege. So therefore, the fact that they're poor just means they're somehow inferior.
I mean, like I guess I've heard people say stuff like that. Yeah, it is another form of blaming, poor people for their condition. It's just like what that misses out. Like if you're going to say that, like, well, because I have a lack of privilege, or because I'm economically disenfranchised, disempowered, how could you possibly call me out on having something like white privilege? Well, here's how. Try being the same person in the same situation, but being black, and see if it is basically the same, or if it is fundamentally different, or if you're getting fucked over in ways that you couldn't have possibly comprehended before, right? That's the difference. That's all it is. It's intersectionality. It's not, and the thing is, intersectionality always gets portrayed as being like the oppression Olympics or an inverted hierarchy based on oppression or something like that. Like, this is the right wing Ben Shapiro kind of straw man of intersectionality. But in actuality, what it does is it opens up a space to understand that people can be privileged in ways and oppressed in other ways, that it's like a combination, that identity is complex and multifaceted. That's the central point to intersectionality, and that's what gets glossed over by all of its critics.
They have their white privilege. They could be rich. They could be Bill Gates.
Yeah, they're lazy.
Yeah, and it's very weird. Like the very same.
I noticed that in capitalist realism, he complains about his students reading, texting too much and wearing earbuds in class or something like that. I mean, he is very much an old man yelling at clouds in a lot of ways. I mean, like I feel like he does have some positive, contribution, at least in terms of, if nothing else, wordsmithing and stuff like that. But yeah, that I don't know if Exiting the Vampire Castle is exactly the best representation of Mark Fisher. But people are pointing out that Mark Fisher is problematic in ways beyond just that essay. And I mean, like, I guess, wait, how does this work with Zero Books? So if you know about Zero Books, oh my God, I can't even remember the dude's name. Who's the Zero Books dude? Shakespeare knows. Why can't I remember this Zero Books guy? That's where a lot of Fisher's stuff is published, is under Zero Books. Douglas Lane, yeah. Douglas Lane, right? So I'm trying to remember how this worked. Did Fisher work with Douglas Lane and Zero Books before he passed away, or did that I'm trying to remember what there's like a reason. There's like a story to why Zero Books publishes Mark Fisher, right?
Kind of words that are used by racists to put down people of color for their economic condition are used by wokes to put down low-income white people for their economic condition, and it's particularly
Wokes.
really toxic.
He's insufferable.
And
yeah,
I noticed that. And I mean, the most classic example was Joe Biden when he gave that speech. And he's old. I guess he slipped and he said, poor kids are just as smart as white kids. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it's like, wow. And but Joe Biden's an East Coast guy from Delaware. In his mind, poor means person of color and white means, middle income. And that's not the reality economically if you look across the country. That's just not how the demographics line up. But that's a very urban East Coast way of looking at it.
I feel like there's other problems with Joe Biden's Freudian slip there than what Caleb Maupin's pointing out.
Yeah. So do you have more you want to say on that or?
Well, with Joe Biden, that's a good example of the type of logic I was just talking about a minute ago. You when you say something like being white means you're privileged or that's where your power comes from.
Douglas Lane got kicked out of Zero Books. Became a many word. Andy, really? Okay, like, oh my God, yeah. No, I remember hearing about this. Right? Like, does Douglas Lane just have like explosions of anger against a different marginalized group every month or so? Now he's all like, I was canceled. Yeah. Yo, Douglas Lane was so bad that even somebody like Theory Plebe, who, is okay with a lot of sussy bakas, right? Is, one of the most, closest to the whole Patsock access, friends that I've ever had, right? And this is going back to like old NCC, right? This is but yeah, like even Theory Plebe, I remember, had an issue with Douglas Lane, and that's saying something, considering some of the other people that Plebe hung out with. Probably the reason that we're not haven't really talked to each other in a long time. I don't have a lot in common with them, but I do remember that Douglas Lane was a bridge to yikes for even Theory Plebe.
Just cements that ideology that you're putting forward. Like maybe you do live in an urban area and you see that stuff, but you also say, poor black people. They're so
hey Nabil,
in a bad position, and it's because they're black. It's not, and the white people, they have the power over them. And you ultimately start correlating that stuff, even if you're not.
So wait, I don't buy this. He's saying that in recognizing the effects of systemic oppression, we end up internalizing like racially essentialized, bigoted notions about different identity groups, right? That it's implicit in recognizing like the oppression of black people, that somehow you unconsciously absorb this idea that the oppression is, is a facet of them being black rather than a facet of whiteness being this, power aggregating social construction, which defines itself by that which it's not, and disempowers those based on their lack of proximity to it, right? That's, God damn.
Not intending to.
Look, this isn't an Ouroboros that we're dealing with, right? So if you're just joining us, this is Caleb Maupin talking to Peter Coffin about the woke Ouroboros, right? Or if you're Caleb Maupin, the woke Ouraboura-Borgar King, right? But whatever you want to call it, like it's the snake that eats its own tail, just like wokeness is eating itself, just like the left will eat itself. That's the idea. That's what he's proposing here. And the funniest thing about this book is if you look at the book cover, it's Ouroboros, but the S is a $sign. Right? Because I mean, I get, if you're Caleb Maupin, then we are the synthetic left. We're not the real left. We're the synthetic left. We're the recuperated left. We're the left that capitalism wants to exist, rather than the real left, which is them. You got to be a Patsock. You got to dye your beard blue. You got to say Burger King if you want to be a true leftist, right? These are the standard. You got to spank Caleb Maupin too, right? If you're not spanking Caleb Maupin, are you really a leftist? If you're not willing to, spank Caleb Maupin, despite not wanting to, you're not recognizing that he's the leader of the CPI. Are you really? Can you really call yourself a leftist?
You don't mean it. You're trying. Most of them think that they're being helpful. Like That's the thing. Well, I shouldn't say most of them. The influencers, I think a lot of them
The
are a little more
influencers. Oh my
aware
god.
of what they're doing. But
There's like so much salt to Peter Coffin. I feel like if I wanted to deconstruct Peter Coffin's like ideology, I'd have to start with like an emotional kind of breakdown of like who is Peter Coffin big mad at, and how does that translate into his like warped ideology.
I think that it reinforces that urbanist, and that's the thing too. The urban ideology is the one that they want everybody,
the PMC, the influencers, okay,
across the United States to have. When in fact,
when are we going to get to baristas? When are we going to talk about the baristas? We need to talk about these bourgeois baristas and how they really are the labor aristocracy sitting there in their smug Starbucks uniform, making coffee. Right? A true mechatanky, okay? A true mechatanky does not order coffee from a bourgeois barista, right? A true mechatanky just plugs that coffee pod into their mecha suit, and it just kind of, the caffeine just slurps into you like in Dune.
a lot of people have different cultures. You go to the Appalachian Mountains, people are very different than
He looked back at the city of Sodom and turned into a pillar of salt.
in New York City. Even if there probably are some poor white people in New York City. I'm not saying like there's none. Obviously there are some,
Sure.
but they're going to be very different than the poor white people in Appalachia. It's just not the same thing. Like people have different local flavors, and part of the affront here is that local flavor is backwards. It's something that they associate with racism, even though they're sitting here and saying that white people are more powerful than black people.
Well, right. And that one of the problems that I would run into when I was, especially when I was in Cleveland, I'd be in the suburbs of Cleveland, doing outreach and stuff. And that you would meet low-income white people who, when you started talking about how the rich people run the government, they were with you. When you started talking about how people need healthcare and healthcare should be a right, it should be provided, they were with you. And, they were with you about the wars not being good. And the second you said police brutality, racism, or anything race-related, they would get this defensive, angry look. And then the argument was always the same. It was, I've suffered in my life, and I'm white, so therefore racism isn't real. And the problem is their suffering doesn't in any way negate the existence of racism. It would be worse, obviously, for them if they were a person of color. But in their mind,
okay, wait. Caleb gets this, at least this aspect.
Has given them the class language to talk about their own suffering. And so their response to hearing about the oppression of black people.
But wait, what's the difference between this and like folding it all into? What's the difference between like the kind of like white person that Caleb's describing? That's unable to see like systemic racism as something that's real because of their own economic disempowerment and just like a class reductionist analysis, like folding everything back up into class and saying like, don't think about the rest of it, ignore the rest of it, right? It's just, class, right? And that's really convenient for people who are standing at the crossroads, the intersections of privilege, right? That's very comforting for people who have multiple axes of privilege, that to just kind of like forget about that and to not do any sort of work unpacking that, which I feel like that's a prerequisite for solidarity. And I feel like solidarity is a prerequisite for revolution, right? And that we're not going to get anywhere without that basis of solidarity, and we're not going to achieve that solidarity without an acknowledgement of things like privilege and oppression and maybe a better understanding of intersectionality.
Is just get this defensive, I've suffered too, so therefore I get angry when I hear about that. And it's very sad. And this is how the ruling class, they've very effectively engineered the conversation around politics in the United States to
Granted, I mean, like I agree here that white fragility is a great tool in the capitalist like toolkit, like, right? That's really working for them, getting us to but like I don't blame black people for racism. I don't blame trans people for transphobia. I don't feel like, right? It doesn't. I feel like there's something that he's getting fundamentally backwards.
To especially, render this kind of solution. I mean, one thing that's,
what is the world Caleb lives in? Burger King.
Small town I grew up in. Occasionally you'd see a Confederate flag. We weren't in the South; it's in Ohio, right? So occasionally, it'd be some biker would have a Confederate flag or something. But it was generally somebody was indicating that they were, like a criminal or a biker. It was not associated with normal
badass, man.
Right. And they were displaying a symbol that was offensive, and it was not, a polite thing to do. But from what I hear now, it's much more common to display a Confederate flag because it's low-income white folks that are on the defensive. They're Trump supporters and they're going out of their way to wave their Confederate flag because they feel like the media is talking about white privilege and they want to push back. And it's really, really sad. And it's really, really toxic because that Confederate flag is a symbol of, the Confederacy was not just...
So if I get Caleb right, it's not that he doesn't understand the impact of racism. It's not that he doesn't understand on some level like white fragility, but it's that he blames this on wokeness.
Disaster for the millions and millions of African Americans who were genocided and enslaved, and Angola, death camp basically in Louisiana, and the horrendous things that went on. But also white people in the South, they didn't have it good at all. Most white people in the South, that didn't own any slaves, they were living in extreme poverty, and they, because they were competing with people who worked for free. I mean, slavery was awful for the white people of the South. I mean, the Confederacy was just an utter disaster. It held back the economic development of the country. It was basically an appendage of the British Empire, and it was there so the British could get cheap cotton for their textile mills. And the Confederate Constitution even had clauses in it opposing economic development and opposing government funding for for building up the economy and such. And so but to see that is the response, and it wasn't the case. People were obviously much less aware about racism when I was a kid, but people weren't waving Confederate flags. But now, in response to how weird politics has gotten in my town, there's a lot of Trump supporters, and now people are being more racist because they feel like somehow the anti-racism is an attack on them, which it isn't, right? And that's how weird these things are getting. So I'm sure this.
That's why I wrote this. That's really why I wrote this. Like, I wrote Ouraboura-Borgar because I see that. Like, I'm from Michigan. I am from a small town as well. It's called Watervliet, Michigan is my hometown. It's 10 miles from a place called Benton Harbor, Michigan, which is often in the national news when they're talking about the lead-infested water in Flint.
This guy's voice is the phoniest voice. Are you talking about Caleb's voice or Peter Coffin's voice? I'm guessing Caleb, right?
It's another city in Michigan that has the exact same problems. Median income, 17,000, 85% black. It's not as though Watervliet is a significantly richer place. There's a small lake where there are a lot of rich people around it, but the rest of the town is basically not a lot better off. There's farms, so people have jobs, but it's not really a better per se place. But you don't have class language in between these two places, and you end up having certain segments of both towns, not necessarily my town specifically, but the whiter area. There's certain segments that just really hate each other, not because they have a real reason to, but for stupid reasons, like the ideologies that have been spread around the more primitive racism of earlier times and the ideologies of now, which has, like you said, people very defensive about their own problems because they're reducing them into, you're better off than black people, so you should need to shut the hell up. Like, and that's not the case. Like, an individual black.
Like, where is Peter Coffin getting this, right? That's what wokeism is about. It's telling, like, poor white people to shut up and love their minimum wage jobs in their right to work states, and the fact that they can't join a union. Like, that's not actually, I don't know where he's getting that. I don't know where they're getting this. An article about Agatha Christie books having slurs. Oh, I didn't know about this.
Black or white might be in the worst position or the best position. That's not something that is automatic. There's ideologies that justify black people's positions, but it's not just automatic that you're in a terrible position because you're black. It may be that it's more likely, like I said, because there's an ideology that justifies it. But these Trump supporters, and I try not to go after Trump supporters because I think that there are people who recognize a lot of real problems, but
you go after Trump supporters as your audience is what you do, and
misled ultimately by wokeness into thinking that their problems are not problems that.
So, I mean, I don't know what's going on now. Like, I know that there was a alliance between Peter Coffin, between Infrared Haas, and Caleb Maupin, and the evidence of this, like from my own personal experience, is that, like, when I got clipped talking about Infrared Haas, right, disagreeing with Haas, that clip got sent from I guess a Nazbol fan of Chud Logics. This is the weirdest like set of events that I've ever experienced, right? I don't even know, what is a Nazbol doing on Chud Logic's server? I don't know. Maybe they just, like, they both hate wokeness or something like that. But right. So I get clipped responding to Haas. That clip goes to Peter Coffin. Peter Coffin retweets it, sends it all over the Pat Sock sphere. And I've got all these Pat Socks being like, no comment chick doesn't understand socialism. She's criticizing Haas, but Haas is right. And, this is like, this is so bizarre.
Polite society accepts as something, and thus they're not part of polite society, so they act in the way that they do. There are more rebel flags around in one of the northmost states in the country. Whenever I go back to Michigan, I do.
But yeah, my understanding is that, like, in Kexo, maybe if you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, there's been a break between Haas and Caleb and and Coffin. Like, obviously Caleb and Coffin are still friends, but somehow the coalition didn't hold between them, right?
You see them. Like, I see them in trailer parks. I see them not in
And
trailer
the fucked up thing here is that, like, I'm starting to hear what sounds like Peter Coffin backing away from MAGA Marxism after having embraced it, right? After having kissed Hawes's ring and embraced, like, conservative communism, MAGA Marxism, patriotic socialism, what have you, right? He embraced that stuff, right? That is the Marxism of, like, somebody like Infrared Haas, who basically, like, people will chant MAGA in Haas's chat, like, they're unabashed about that, and probably part of, like, Coffin being accepted as an ally of Haas was Coffin accepting this MAGA Marxism, right? But you see him kind of trying to back away from. You see them trying to kind of back away from it. It seems like, I don't know. I can definitely not correct you. Have not engaged with this space since the lockdown. I mean, good for you again, based Kegzo.
I see them in business windows. It's interesting, but it's unfortunate because, again, these problems, as you said,
oh god, the singlet,
are purely that of power relations,
like,
and racial
like,
problems.
look, you can take the singlet off, but, like, you can't take the stain of the singlet off your soul, Peter. I don't know. I feel like you're going to be forever marked by your embrace of MAGA Marxism.
Those are ideologies that justify those power relations and inflict it worse on certain people, sure, certainly. But yeah, that's pretty much.
Hey, no singlet shaming. I'm so glad these two white guys are informing me about the Black living experience, right?
Where I'm coming from on this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that come to mind. I mean, one theme that I keep coming back to on these streams is I talk about the Boston trap, right? And how, in the early 70s, there was a layer.
Bring back the Boston trap. Tell everybody that it ain't no crap. Oh my god, no.
Of communists who realized that the hippies and the counterculture weren't going to make the revolution. And they didn't say out of the movement to the masses, but they had that understanding, the same thing we put out. And they tried, the new communist movement. There were a number of different groups, the Revolutionary Union that became the RCP, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the Communist Workers Party, the Communist Labor Party that Nelson Peary was the leader of. And there was an event that happened, which was in Boston. In the city of Boston, there was an anti-busing riot against school busing. It was a racist riot. I mean, these racist white Irish Americans didn't want their kids to go to school with black people. They were racist. And there were about 40 different, fights that broke out and stabbings, and it was awful. And some of these communist groups, they were so into the, like, out of the movement to the masses mindset that they voiced some support for that, right? In the grounds that, well, communism is the answer, not busing, and that was obviously a huge mistake, right? But then the memo that was sent out after 1974, after the Boston incident, the memo that was sent out is you can never align with anyone who's right wing, because look what happened in Boston. We made that mistake. Well, it was obviously wrong to align with the Boston racist, anti-Boston folks. But that mindset that you should never align with anything that's quote unquote right wing is a trap that has led socialism off a cliff. I mean, if you look at it now you have to support Ukraine.
Look, we want to ally with a right winger every now and then. Like, what's wrong with that? We got MAGA Marxism, we got conservative communism, right? This is literally what Theory Plebe tried to sell me on, right? Like, was like the last that I remember talking to Theory Plebe, right? And, like, again, this is, like, the most, like, in this direction, kind of person that I knew back in the day, right? I was criticizing Kelly Zahos. Does anybody know who Kelly Zahos? I guess Kelly Zahos is kind of irrelevant, right? But some of you may not know of Kelly Zahos. She was a mega fan of ContraPoints back in the day. Tried to make videos in the same vein as ContraPoints. Something happened, and the bridge got burned, and maybe Kelly Zahos said some transphobic things at that point, but Kelly just kept on going, like, more and more transphobic, more and more anti-woke, more and more towards this kind of conservative communism. And when I criticized, or I was really just making fun of Kelly Zahos, because at some point Kelly Zahos just became a joke, right? She tried to do the ContraPoint style video with the heavy costuming and the sets and the, like, conceptual artistic kind of, like, way that it was presented and everything, and it just didn't, like, work, right? It was like a really bad version of ContraPoints, right? And, like, at that point, we were just laughing at Kelly Zahos. And I remember Theory Plebe getting really upset with me because apparently Plebe and Zahos were friends. And, like, what I didn't understand is that there's also conservative communism. And even if I might not agree with it, I need to be able to accept it as part of the coalition that we're building, right? That was the kind of coalition that they were interested in building. And I really never talked to Theory Plebe after that. Like, that was, remember those times when socialists tried to ally with the right wing in Germany and China? How did that end up working? Yeah, exactly, Adadak. Theory Plebe and I were pen pals for a bit. It was wild. Yeah, I was friends too. How I ended up meeting Theory Plebe was that I was on Twitch and they were on YouTube, and their YouTube got banned, I think because they had this idea of promoting their YouTube by spamming copy pasta. They wrote copy pasta and spammed it on other people's comment sections. And of course, this is spamming, and spamming is against the terms of service, right? But, I don't know. Plebe was really like kind of wedded to the idea of doing that, and ended up rebranding as Copy Pasta Agitprop, right? And then, came onto Twitch and started raiding me, and I would raid Plebe. And like, we were just friends, right? I didn't really know much about Plebe's like ideology. And then like I ended up coming on to their stream, especially when they'd have panels and stuff, and like with all these like conservative communists, with all these kind of, these are like, I don't know, you could always call these people like the proto Pat Socks or something like that. And I would always disagree with Plebe's friends, and we stayed friends, and I felt bad about them getting banned from YouTube. I mean, I do have to admit, looking back on it, that it seems like it would have been easily avoidable. Like, it seemed like that maybe getting banned might have been a predictable outcome. But, I of course, a fellow, leftist, was what I, thought of Plebe as at the time. And, didn't really have, we just kind of wanted to help, wanted to see, wanted to see them succeed and be all right. I met them through Faraday, so it kind of already, already had a sense. I wonder if a lot of Peter Coffin's bitterness towards marginalized people stems from the time that he got caught pretending to be his own Japanese online girlfriend. That's right, the Peter Coffin fake girlfriend drama.
Going to be right wing like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean,
Yeah.
We see that all the time. I mean, there's people that are listening to us now that can't distinguish what we're saying from people on Fox News. There's clearly a difference, but we're not just following the left. We're actually scientifically analyzing this and talking about this from a Marxist perspective. And yeah, that Boston trap. I keep coming back to that. And that part of the reason these communist groups made the mistake of supporting
Boston
those
trap
busing riots was because black nationalists also didn't support busing. The Black Panthers, they didn't support busing. They were for black schools for black children. They wanted to create like revolutionary schools for black people. The Nation of Islam had similar positions. So that made it, because the black nationalist movement was seen as the vanguard of black people, it made it also a little bit more confusing. So that was the lesson that was learned in 1974. 1974 was a really long time ago, far before both you and I were born, I believe. So, what's that?
I was going to ask, like, yeah, it seems like a lot of like discussion of 1974 here for people who ostensibly weren't politically cognizant, let alone maybe even alive at that time, right? Pat Socks, conservative communists, etc., are all just obfuscation. What they really are is Strasserites. Yeah. I mean, I was, maybe too naive at the time to know that, right? I don't know. I think I fell victim for the whole, like, because a lot of the way that this space operates is that you do content, you meet people, you make friends with them, and you want to think the best about your friends. But sometimes you're going to find that your friends are causing harm. Sometimes you're going to find that your friends are espousing something that you just cannot get, you cannot be okay with. It's not, acceptable. And that's why, like, maturity in the sense of content creation is recognizing that this isn't a social group, right? And just because you may want to think the best about some person doesn't mean that you're right in that sense. And yeah, like, with these, all roads like lead to Strasser in terms of these movements. I think Kexos was right about that. Caleb Maupin scientifically analyzing international bankers, right? If racism is real, why are there poor whites? Is again one of the old stale arguments.
Years before I was born.
Yeah, and even longer before I was born. So it's like we need to kind of move into our own time. And this idea that, well, if the mainstream of the left is not doing something, or the mainstream of the left is against something, you either do it or you're with the right wing. That's just not how things work.
Well, that's another, like I said, purpose for writing woke Ouroboros.
I mean, look, the mainstream of the online left is the embodiment of white fragility in a lot of ways. I definitely stand apart from that, but that's a little different than embracing like conservatism or reactionary stuff, or like I don't know, because it has like a working class flavor to it or something. I feel like that's the fundamental sin of the dirtbag left, right? Is seeing like imbuing the idea of the working class with so much dignity that anything that it touches is somehow sanctified, right? And then wanting to, wanting to look at something as like busing, is the example. Obviously they don't agree with the whole, anti-busing sentiment, but I mean, like, there were leftists at the time who did, right? Because of the fact that it was they saw it as a movement of like disempowered poor working white people, and yeah, again, we're kind of essentializing the working class and looking at it like, because okay, so this, right? In 2016, when you heard the media talking about like Hillary Clinton really speaks for no, they didn't say white working class, the working class, right? They meant the white working class, right? That was this essentialized version of the working class that pretends that queer people and black people and brown people aren't also part of the working class, right? And yeah, they're talking about essentialism as a liability, as a place where people go wrong, and they're not even noticing their own essentialism. Basically, Coffin was feuding with a Singaporean model and being backed up by his quote-unquote girlfriend, Kimi Kobayashi. I didn't remember that was what it started from. Yeah, model Peter Coffin was always like just mega drama. Like, ever since I've been aware of Peter Coffin, right? And like I'm told that Peter Coffin, like, his first claim to fame was that going on Stephen Harvey to kick himself in the pine nuts, right? Kicking himself in the I'm gonna describe them as different kinds of kicking himself in the pumpkin seeds. Yeah. There's so many there's so many reasons for people to be poor, not just race. Yeah, I'm white but not rich doesn't mean it's racism towards me, I think. Yeah, don't be reactionary. Yeah, exactly. Like, you obviously, that's what intersectionality is about, is taking into account how complex our identity is. That it's not just, you're not just, one thing. You're many things, and that almost shoots their whole like cultivated identity thing to hell, right? There's no consciousness of intersectionality. That's what all of these content creators that have these sort of dirtbag or class reductionist tendencies have in common. It's that they're gonna fail to understand and apply intersectionality, right? That's what they're missing.
The Snake Book I want criticism out there of these concepts that are ultimately like.
Also, Lacan is very important, and Hegel, for reasons that are definitely not religious or conservative in nature.
Imperialist justification that isn't just going to tell people, well, you need to defend your group in the way that you have seen people do historically. Like, that is not the correct response to any of this, because there's historical precedent that leads people into these ideologies and ideas. There's historical precedent that puts people into the positions they're in. Like I said, the historical clustering of demographics. There's a lot going on.
White people complaining about racism against them have never been called the N-word from across the butts while being told to go back home. Where not a single person defends you because it's inconvenient. Yeah.
Beyond.
They don't want to make a scene.
Just, hey, you're in a group.
And they don't consider, what's happening to you to be a scene.
Group, and they don't care about you. That's not what it is. There's so much more at play. And if we actually historicize it and talk about what leads into it, talk about why, for instance, a concern that might be legitimate is in fact, a snake eating its tail, you end up stuck. Again, I say this a lot. We're kind of stuck.
It's frustrating me. I'm a little bit frustrated by Peter Coffin's like take on this, because it's so incoherent, right? I mean, I get what he's saying, and I guess I get how he gets there, but there's so many inconsistencies. There's so many things that don't exactly line up. There's so many like square blocks that he's hammering into round holes, right? That it's painful. It's painful to watch. It's like watching someone kick themselves in the almonds, over and over again. It's like I mean, that's a great talent, Peter, but could you take it somewhere else? I don't want to see it. It's painful to watch. It's painful to, he's like intellectually kicking himself in the macadamias, right? He's intellectually kicking himself in the cashews.
In a mode where, the line is, hey, that person doesn't understand CRT, so you can't talk to them because that means they're racist.
Right.
And CRT ultimately
doesn't understand CRT. My God, like you're talking about a law school class, right? So like, no, people aren't getting discriminated against for not knowing CRT. My God.
one of the ideologies I criticize in here. It's just like a more aggressive form of intersectionality, which is just drawing a bunch of lines that aren't class lines.
A more aggressive form of intersectionality, yeah, because that's that's the thing about intersectionality, is it's so aggressive. That's the that's the essential quality of intersectionality. Like, do you remember the chapter where Kimberly Crenshaw wrote like, "I'm the best"? I'm trying to imagine an aggressive intersectionality. Cashews aren't nuts. Oh my God. Good point. Do you even know cashew research theory? Apparently not. Yeah. Cashews. Wait, what are they actually? Okay. So like there's the cashew tree, and then there's the cashew fruit, and then there's the cashew nut, which isn't a true nut. It's like something else. What is it though?
Through trans people and cis people. If you do that, that doesn't say anything about who has power. It's
cashews are seeds, not nuts.
As who has different ideologies. You're ultimately, you need to draw the line between classes. You need to understand the actual relationships that classify.
Are nuts legumes? Are nuts legumes, or is that only peanuts are legumes? Cashews are drupes? Wait, aren't drupes like berries? I'm so confused. The cashew gonad, right? Everyone on the left has to read Black Marxism, The Making of a Radical Tradition by Cedric Robinson. Like, please, oh my God, read it now. Oh, on the other hand, the fruits of the cashew, the almond, the pistachio plants are not true nuts. They're all drupes. Wait, I thought a drupe was like a berry. Drupes are fruits that are fleshy on the outside. Oh, okay, wait. So you're telling me that an almond is grown like at the center of a fruit? And a pistachio? And a cashew? I knew this about the cashew. But I thought that the cashew, is the cashew inside the fruit? Or is the cashew, like, I thought that the cashew was like on the end of the fruit. On the other hand, yeah, these are all drupes. Cashew trees make cashew apples, yeah? What's up, Nikki Bex? I'm so confused, but like, I guess less confused than I was. YouTube, what do you think about nuts? Do you have any strong feelings, YouTube? Because I haven't heard you, chime in on this nuts discourse, right? So we got drupes with seeds, right? So wait, is like a D's nuts? Yeah, those nuts. All the nuts. You can get nuts at Burger King. Burger King now with nuts. Wait, so a drupe is like I thought a drupe was some kind of a berry, like, right? Isn't it like that? Like there's something about like a blackberry is not a true berry; it's a drupe. Yeah, and it has a seed inside of it. Oh my God, it's coming! It's coming! I got it! I get it! I get it. Yeah, what's up with YouTube? Yeah, that's a good question. I think what it is that YouTube thinks that I can't see what they type just because they're not on screen. They don't realize that they're not on screen because OBS fails to communicate with YouTube's chat and therefore cannot show them on screen. And that if I could have them on screen, I would have them on screen, but I'm still reading them nonetheless. I think that's the issue with YouTube chat. So you can't really blame them too much, right? We eat the seeds. Wait, so am I right about that? Am I right about that? YouTube chat has enough sense to stay away from the cashew discourse. Not like Twitch chat. Well, that's the thing, is we have weasels. They have weasels too. It's just the only difference is that their weasels don't move. Like their weasels are static weasels. And Twitch's weasels are wigglers. Whatever cashews are, I love them. I'm pro cashew, says Buffy Geek on YouTube chat. YouTube doesn't deserve to be on screen. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't want to agree with Kegso here, but wait, Soylent Green is seeds? Wait, so am I getting it right? Okay, so what are nuts? Okay, so a peanut is a legume, right? A peanut is a legume, and that's like a bean. So a legume is a bean, so a peanut is just a bean. A peanut is a bean that's crunchy and delicious, right? Unlike other beans which are only nutritious and but beans are also fruit. They're magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you can compute. It raises your RAM. Oh my God, I'm so confused here. Most people don't want to agree with Kexo, but in the end, they always do. I mean, it happens, right? There's a picture of strawberries with seeds that sprout. Also tomato seeds. Wait, no, a strawberry is a citrus, right? Tomato is a fruit, yes. Tomato seeds inside the fruit starts to sprout. It's really cool. I like macadamia. Brazil nuts are so good, yeah. Brazil nuts are great, but like, did you know that only like if you want your entire selenium requirement for like a month, you only have to eat like 1.5 of Brazil nuts? Like Brazil nuts have a prodigious amount of selenium in them. I would apologize to YouTube chat for instigating this diversion over the cashew discourse. Google says nuts are fruits. All nuts are fruits. Wait, I thought the nut was the seed in the fruit. No, wait, that's only certain nuts, right? Nuts are fruits? Yeah, because wait, a peanut's a legume. It has a pod, you open it up, there's peanuts inside there, right? I'm trying to think about other nuts. How do other nuts come? Did I say that the way that I think I said that? I think I said that the way that oh my God. I'm talking about nuts coming, chat. Like that's a thing now. That's definitely a thing. Strawberries are roses? What? Oh my God, Hobby Hoof, you just blew my mind. You just blew my mind. I really like macadamias, but they're so expensive, I never eat them. How do nuts come? I mean, they come in bunches, right? Is that how, that's the prostate, and tomatoes are good for the prostate. Oh my God, it all comes full circle, doesn't it? Oh my God, it comes full circle. I'm not trying to, like, nuts don't produce cum. That's the prostate. You squeeze the nuts to make nut milk. That's true. You got to put them in the nut bag. You got to you soak the nuts, soak your nuts first, and then you then you grind the nuts and put them in a nut bag. Clop and chipped. I'm thinking of the Bloodhound guy from Best in Show now reciting types of nuts. Also, nuts are sexually transmissible or allergies. It's easy to overdo it on the nuts. I've heard that you have to be gentle. I've heard that you have to treat the nuts gently. That's supposedly. I'm not a nut expert though. I'm not super comfortable around nuts. Like, right? It's a I'm always afraid that I'll bruise them somehow. Like, right? They like I know that they have to be treated gently or something. What is wrong with me? Look, I feel like the problem is that talking about nuts is like more exciting than Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin put together. All I gotta say is they need to add nuts to Minecraft.
People differently, and it's not identity. Like there, like I said, are more trans people that aren't in the media, aren't dressing that way, aren't etc. than there are trans people that.
What? Can somebody translate? Can somebody? I know. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking about nuts. I'll stop talking about nuts. Look, can somebody translate that for me? There are more trans people that aren't in the media that aren't dressing that way. Wait, what are we talking about? Like your partner will go into anaphylactic shock. Oh, what? Are you serious? Oh my God, that shit's real then. I remember this, right? I remember this being a thing that people would talk about, like, that like the taste of the nut was dependent on the diet of the nut haver, right? And so like that if like the nut was like less than flavorful, you could maybe have the nut host drink something like pineapple juice, which would improve the flavor to a certain degree. Also that vegans tasted better. That was the I remember learning all these things. I can't validate any of them, but that's what I heard. Talking about nuts is more entertaining than listening to these two dicks, Chad Alpha. Oh my God. Chad Alpha with the comment of the day, possibly, right? Nut juice mostly contains zinc, not yeah, there's no protein. That's the sad thing about the nut juice, is you would think that it would be incredibly proteinaceous, but it's just not as high in protein as you think. It doesn't really have a lot of necessary nutrients. It does, I guess, contain some zinc. That's important. The zinc is important to the nut. But yeah, it's like that.
Are like they are generally, according to a lot of studies, science, research, much more likely to be impoverished, much more likely to be in a bad economic position. And that's not what they want to talk about when they talk about trans people. They want to talk about representation. They want to talk about
let me go back. I can't tell what is
of lines that aren't class lines. If you draw,
I'm trying to figure out what Peter Coffin is saying about trans people.
A line through trans people and cis people.
Okay, draw a line through trans people and cis people.
If you do that, that doesn't say anything about who has power. It says
what? What? Wait, what is this conceptual line through trans people and cis people? I don't get it. I don't get it. Get your daily dose of zinc by massaging nut. Yeah. Now I want some nuts. Oh, Nuez ice cream. Ooh, okay. Do they call it nut cream? No, they don't call it nut cream. They call it, never mind. That's Irene being horny on Maine once again, ruining everybody's good time by being absolutely ridiculous and not taking care of, anyway. Very healthy and moisturizing. It's good for the skin, it's good for the face, it's good for the hair. It's definitely, it always ends up in the hair. So, I mean, I'm glad it's good for the hair.
Who has different ideologies. You're ultimately, you need to draw the line between classes. You need to understand the actual relationships that classify people differently.
Okay, so, like, look, if you're going to make an argument that being trans in a, you know, as like a white person in the upper class is vastly different than being trans as a black person in the working class, yeah, sure, I agree. Vastly different, right? But if you're going to argue that there's not much difference in privilege between a wealthy trans person and a wealthy cis person, or a wealthy white trans person and a wealthy white cis person, I'm going to have to get there's no, I cannot agree with that. It's the magic power line. Uh, and Mon Mongongo nut is good, but you can only eat it once. It has been through the digestive system of an elephant. That's how they harvest the ones that can be eaten. Wait, isn't there also a coffee bean that has to be digested by a cat before you can make coffee out of it? Caitlyn Jenner and Random Trans Girl are the same. Yeah.
And it's not identity. Like like I said, are more trans people that aren't in the media, aren't dressing that way, aren't etc. than there are trans people that are.
What does he mean by what do they mean by dressing that way?
Like they are generally, according to a lot of studies, science, research, much more likely to be impoverished, much more likely to be in a bad economic position. And that's not what they want to talk about when they talk about trans people. They want to talk about representation. They want to talk about...
Wait. I mean, there is a fact, there is a concept that trans people get a essentialized, like, right? So, like, a lot of people, you know, if you say trans people and have them close their eyes and, okay, imagine trans person, the person that they're imagining is white and is fairly well off. Sometimes, though, you know what? Actually, I don't even know if this is true. Maybe this isn't as universal as Peter Coffin thinks, right? But yeah, there is a way in which, you know, queer people in general are like essentialized as being well off, and a lot of, you know, queer people who like who aren't are just sort of erased. But yeah, college educated, maybe even you know, with an advanced degree, you know, like, yeah, it's a whole stereotype of what you imagine, what most people imagine when they say like trans person.
Using the right words. They want to talk about those things rather than the actual physical problems that the vast majority of trans people actually have, like legitimately have. Like I'm not.
Wait, they want to talk about what things?
Get into that. That's
But here, I'll tell you something, Peter. I'll tell you something that happened to me a long time ago. So years ago, you know, I was a student activist in Cleveland. I went to like a socialist conference in New York City. And at the last minute, they grabbed me and they said, Caleb, we'd like you to chair the panel, meaning that you read the bio of the speakers and then during the Q&A, you call on people. And I said, all right, I will. You know, I mean, they needed me. I stepped up to the task, got up there. I introduced the speakers spoke. And then I didn't even get to pick who was being called on. They were like telling me, call on this person, call on that person.
Right.
But before I started calling on people, they handed me a slip of paper. And it said something to the effect of, you know, you have to read this. Our organization practices affirmative action and gives priority to people of color and women and marginal groups when calling on people during our Q&A discussion. So I just read word for word the piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
And then they were telling me who to call on. So I would call on this person, call on that person, right? Anyway, I thought everything was fine. Everyone clapped. The panel was over. So I'm walking out the door. And this African-American woman who was like probably like a year younger than I was, like walks right over to me. May I speak with you, sir? May I speak with you, sir? You know, and I'm just like ready to jump.
I'm ready to jump. Caitlyn sounds like such a cartoon character.
Like, what did I do? My God, you know, who do you think you are to tell me that you're gonna, you know, give me?
Oh no! Are we getting like a nice? Oh my God! I feel like
priority to speak. I can speak if I want to speak, and I'm just like, holy shit! Like, what did I do? Like, you know, and I'm just like, you know, and of course, I mean, you have to surrender. I'm not gonna like, you know, fight back and say, look, I just read the paper they gave me, but I'm just like, you know, and I'm just, you know, and she's just yelling at me, and you know, you need to apologize to all these people, and I remember I took, you know, some of the people aside and I said, did I do something wrong? They said, actually, no, you did everything right, you know, and it's just like stuff like that, and I look at that and I feel like that incident. Now, luckily, you know, whatever, I'm a tough guy, I can deal with that, and obviously, people of color have to deal with stuff way worse than that on account of their race, and that wasn't because of my race.
Yeah, exactly. He was accosted by a caricature of a black woman.
Was just in the wrong place or said something that someone perceived as the wrong thing. So it's not like I'm a victim here, right? That's not the point. The point is, though, it's like that moment, right? If you think about that moment, that's the essence of what, you know, wokeness is trying to achieve. It's not trying to achieve a liberated society. It's trying to achieve that moment where that person who has been from a marginal group got to attack somebody and yell.
Exactly.
That's all that they're trying to achieve there. That's the great victory, is that she got to yell at me for reading this piece of paper. I got to, you know, kind of like, you know, surrender, and she got to yell, and that's the great victory. That's what wokeness achieves. And it's like that in and of itself is not anything we should be striving for, I don't think.
Yeah, and arguably,
he was accosted by his own imagination.
Arguably, what that is about is two just separate ideologies in terms of
probably received some mild criticism and wet himself in terror because a person of color spoke to him. I mean, like, there is a sense in which, like, the path of least resistance in a white supremacist society with the, systemic privilege and oppression in operation is that a white guy is going to be somewhat protected from, it's going to be a lot more easy for somebody like Caleb to yell at a black woman than vice versa, right? And I could sometimes fragility manifests like where like the person reacts to a situation in which the shoe is like somewhat on the other foot, although not really, because Caleb's been asked to speak here. Caleb's definitely in a position of power. The people that were that brought Caleb said that Caleb didn't do anything wrong. So there wasn't a sense in which like Caleb wasn't like dogpiled because he was white. But the fact that somebody, could express like their displeasure with him without being hauled off, maybe in Caleb's mind is somehow like a expression of wokeness that he would rather not experience. But in reality, it's not even it's not even like equality. It's just, Caleb tries to sound like a middle-aged Midwestern pipe fitter who just got done reading the sports page on the Akron Acorn newspaper. These white boys just want to find a way to be able to be openly racist with impunity, yeah.
Critique of racism. I would even say that if she was simply having a discussion with you, her criticisms might have been quite valid, because it sounded like she felt infantilized by that. And instead of having a conversation, the incentive and the pushing is you're supposed to call this person out. You're supposed to make them admit that they were wrong and apologize, rather than we want to address the actual issue here. Like you could argue, in fact, I would argue that having it so that you, in a panel, give preferential treatment to certain people to ask questions, that would ultimately prevent an understanding of the other ideology that we're talking about. It would, in effect, cement the idea that white people are not being paid attention to, and that'll create that grievance and encourage that type of racist reaction. While at the same time, we're doing the exact same thing to this black woman, and she's not feeling heard. She's feeling like she's being handed out, pity, more or less.
Yeah.
And the way that we're trained to all interact here, it's just conflict. It's just anger. It's just calling people out. To go back to, I put out another book on cancel culture, a documentary. It's about like whether you can exchange social capital by, forcing that guy to surrender. Like I had a real point and that guy listened.
Oh my God. So if you have a hydrating beverage right now, take a drink, because we just got a social capital, right? I knew that Peter Coffin was not going to make it through an entire talk with Caleb Maupin without bringing up social capital. And here we have it. Social capital submitted for your approval. Peter Coffin's incoherent notion of social capital. The implication that oppression is its very own form of privilege. Interesting, Peter. I mean, there is an Ouroboros eating its own tail here, but it's not wokeness, right? In some way, we're coming full circle to Peter Coffin kicking themselves in the nuts, just like they did so many years ago. That's what this is. A completely incoherent like narrative by Peter Coffin in an attempt to, accuse wokeness, whatever that is, right? Just whatever you want it to be, right? It's just, it sells. It's basically a one size fits all villain, like wokeness, whatever you want wokeness to be, right? That's what it is. But like this is a narrative of wokeness causing some of the same problems that it seeks to ameliorate, and when in reality, like it's just Coffin, like, right? Projecting that onto wokeness.
To me, and he said sorry. He backed off of it. and I won.
Right.
know?
And it's so much easier to defeat some guy than it is to actually score a victory against racism or actually score a victory against the system. You know, it's much easier to triumph over some guy on social media who's being canceled or some person in your life who's done something wrong. And that's why I think a lot of people fall into this trap. You know, I mean, some of these people, I do think it takes on the genuine form of a mental illness. They obsess with certain individuals, and it's just like, how can I go after somebody? And it's unhealthy, but it's like, that's something they can do. You know, they can't fight Big Pharma. They can't fight.
On some level, I want to like not defend Caleb Maupin, but like what I have been trying to get across here is that some of his tendencies are tendencies that you see in the wider online left, right? And that they don't get called out when they're there. They like there's some of this like, you know, sort of class reductionism. You know, you can find it in like, you know, Vosh people. You can find it on Twitch politics. It's not just Caleb Maupin, but there he goes making like any sort of like there's other people doing things as bad as Caleb, you know, is just kind
canceled or some person in your life who's done something wrong. And that's why I think a lot of people fall into this trap. You know, I mean, some of these people, I do think it takes on the genuine form of a mental illness. They obsess with certain individuals.
But there he goes with, it's a mental illness. Wokeness is a mental illness. Yo, okay, that's...
And it's just like, how can I go after somebody? And
the city building tendency.
It's unhealthy, but it's like
you can find it in whole organizations. That's the thing, and that's why I think that people like Peter Coffin and Caleb Maupin, despite the fact that they don't have the same influence that they once did, they're not. You know, Peter Coffin was like a big figure in the online left, circa like 2015 maybe, right? You know, had a presence, had influence, right? Since then, a lot of things have happened that have just really made Peter Coffin into a little more than a joke. Same thing could be said with Caleb Maupin. I mean, just these people's like personal foibles kind of, you know, keep them thankfully from being more influential than they are. But I do like to talk about like their class reductionism because I think it's emblematic of class reductionism elsewhere on the left. It's more pronounced, easier to spot, easier to make fun of. But some of these tendencies are the same tendencies that you'll see from debate bozo streamers.
Something they can do. You know, they can't fight Big Pharma. They can't fight the military-industrial complex. They can fight some guy, you know, or some woman. You know,
I beat that guy good on Twitter.
Yeah. You got
Yeah,
it.
you're 100% right though.
Look, Peter, I didn't mean to beat you good on Twitter, but you just like posted cringe, and I literally just responded, and it was too much for you, and you blocked me, right? So I'm not gonna sit here and like revel in like I don't think I didn't do the like fucking parade for myself of like Peter Coffin blocked me on Twitter, right? But look, I can't like it you're the one that's kicking yourself in the nuts time and time again. Caleb thinks trans people are intrinsically woke, so you can just make the connections when it comes to the statement about mental illness. Good point, Shakespeare. Good point. They strike me as a very bougie recuperation of leftist ideas. They're focused solely on their own interest. Had major influence. Caleb set up a litter cult. Wait, a litter cult? Wait, like a cat litter cult? Like, okay, so wait, were these the city builders? Is the cult a literal cult? Oh my god, that makes so much more sense than a litter cult. Oh my god. I was thinking of Joe Rogan. When you said litter cult, I literally was like, wait, are we talking about the litter boxes in the classroom? And the students that are forced to watch as their classmates relieve themselves in the middle of the class because somehow that's what I don't know. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that kind of. We're talking about a literal cult. Yeah, a weird, scary cult. Just so much misery. That was what struck me about the narrative of like Caleb Maupin. Was that the city builders? Were those people the city builders? Like, right? They're being like relied on to, you know, to basically, you know, prop themselves up while doing work for the org and, you know, basically put into these impossible situations where you know, they're just like suffering, right? And it seems like Caleb's not suffering. It seems like Caleb's all right. It seems like Caleb's being well taken care of, while some of his city builders are just, you know, dealing with this kind of struggle. Watching your classmates poop in a box builds character. True. That's what Joe Rogan told me.
Because we're not supposed to see each other as actual, you know, to use the actual original definition of the word allies. We're not supposed to see each other that way, and therefore we're not supposed to gain the capability to take on the larger forces. We're supposed to stay away from that stuff, and they're given this as an alternative. And again, there is a degree of sympathy I have for it, because it's not them that did that. The ruling ideology is the ideology of the ruling class, obviously. And it sucks, because instead of understanding that, and instead of trying to put out criticism on these ideologies that actually takes into account that a lot of these grievances are legitimate, instead of that,
the city builders, they're actually colonizer brained. Yeah, they were the ones who would show up in Central Park to hula hoop holding pictures of Lyndon LaRouche.
it's
Oh my
about
God.
how bad that group of people are for having that dumb ideology. And that ends up dividing us rather than...
So, like, I have encountered LaRouches, and I don't know, I'm not an expert or anything. But there was just some strange stuff that went on. There was some really strange stuff that went on with the people that I knew that got sucked into the LaRouche movement.
Educating each other and uniting each other, which is essentially what Marxism at its best is able to do. It says to this person, look, I understand that you are in a bad place. I have overlapping interests with you. Can we work together? That's really what the root of the result of applying a Marxist critique is.
Yeah, so we have a super chat here from David Fox. He says the immediate aim of communists is the same as that of all other proletarian parties: the formation of the proletariat into a class.
I wish somebody would do a deep dive on LaRouche, to be honest. It's oh my God. Yeah. And like you can see kind of like, I mean, I do see like there's a strong like resemblance. Like there's like some kind of like I can see the connection between like somebody like Caleb Maupin and you know the orgs that he's been involved with and LaRouche, right? That's and also like Haas, Infrared Haas is kind of made common cause with a lot of LaRouches, has done like, I don't remember exactly what, but there's a connection between Haas and LaRouche too.
Overthrow of the bourgeois supremacy and the conquest of political power by the proletariat. I think David is quoting the Communist Manifesto. What do you have to say to that, Peter?
Well, I think that, you know, a lot of the words, a lot of people don't know them today, like proletariat, like there's, I mean, even people who know what it means argue about it all day long on Twitter again. Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, it's hard to argue with that. Like, that's really the point. Like the bourgeois rule, which again, a lot of people don't know what bourgeoisie or bourgeois means. It's the capitalist ruling class. But yeah, I mean, I
heard it's when you work at Starbucks.
Intentionally tried to minimize my usage of bourgeoisie and proletariat in the book. I use it a few times, but I tried to generally keep it at capitalist ruling class and workers, just for the sake of the fact that I understand, you know, definitions change, usage changes, a lot of words fall out of use in the general public. And that's a lot of, like, there is a lot of critique of language in...
Donald Parkinson from Marxist Unity Group and Cosmonaut did a deep dive on them.
And not language like you should use this word and not use this word, but rather how they transform what would otherwise be critical language that is actually pointing at the ruling class and saying, hey, no, this is not good. They change that stuff to ultimately be on their side. Like, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody in the capitalist ruling class.
Are we just like, does Peter also not want to use the word recuperation?
That would say racism's good. Like, they wouldn't. They would generally say racism is bad. And now children are awake. You can't come in here when I'm on the thing. Hold on a second.
Sure thing. All right. Yeah, well, this is Peter's book, Woke Ouroboros, and I think you can get it on Amazon. I think that's where you can get a copy of it. But I really enjoyed it, honestly. I really did get a kick out of it. I read a lot of it. I read different sections of it, and he said a lot of things that need to be said. And
I feel like Caleb didn't read it though. Like I feel like Caleb, like, does anybody else feel like maybe Caleb didn't read the book? Like, and I don't blame you, Caleb. Look, if you didn't read Peter Coffin's book, like, you're the same as me.
I think it's really important that this book is out there. I think it's a really important thing that it's out there. I really do recommend it. I also want to mention, I guess I'll have to tell him when he comes back, that, oh, here's Peter.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Ouroboros is literally a favorite symbol enjoyed by neo-Nazis. So it could be, oh my God. Well, usually it's Caleb's the one with the dog whistles, right? But maybe this time it's Peter Coffin. I mean, Caleb would literally post pictures of LaRouche books and the director of the LaRouche Foundation literally shows up at every CPI meeting and invites Caleb and to their LaRouche events to speak. Yeah, didn't Haas spoke at a... I'm pretty sure that Haas spoke at a LaRouche event or something like that, right? There is a connection there somewhere. I don't think any of the I read this book on wokeness people actually read them. They're like, yeah, talk about like a tall order, right? You know, read this terrible book by a terrible author.
Well, Peter, where can people get a copy of your book?
Haas did speak at a LaRouche event. Okay, so I'm not making that up. I think it was this fall.
No, you're muted. You're muted.
It's available on Amazon.
No, you're better that way. Stay muted.
You can get it you can get it as a Kindle ebook, or you can get it as paperback, as Caleb is showing currently. I want to get it into an audio book sometime soon. Looking into that. It's very complicated to do on your own, so I don't know exactly how to do that yet, but I'm looking into that.
Wait, is it complicated to do on your own? But by on your own, do you mean record your voice reading the book? Because the Ouroboros is a universal. It's fine. Well, I'm not saying that. I don't think Shakespeare was trying to imply that that like the Ouroboros is always like, you know, a sign of somebody being a far right fascist or something like that. Yeah, it's an old mythological symbol, and you know, most of the time it's probably innocuous. I think the only reason it's even catching anybody's attention in that sense is who we're dealing with. These Pat Socks and their kind of like Strasserite connections. It's like it becomes a little bit more likely that the Ouroboros in this case might be more than just an Ouroboros.
Oh, yeah, it's available on Amazon. If you don't like going to Amazon, I don't really know what to say yet. It's like sometimes books do well enough on Amazon that they're ordered by bookstores.
What I always tell people is just go to your local bookstore and tell them you want a copy.
Ouroboros, or a snake giving itself head.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they'll do that.
And they generally will do that for you. If you don't want to use Amazon, go to your local
Yeah, I mean, a Black Sun would be a much more unambiguous
bookstore and say, oh, I would like Woke Ouroboros by Peter Coffin, and and they'll order it for you generally. That's generally what I tell people.
No, here's what you do. You get in a group of your fellow Peter Coffin heads, okay? And you march down to the bookstore carrying signs that says, like, whatever the bookstore is I don't know, like you call them synthetic leftists or something. And then you go and do your chant. You're like, woke Ouroboros, woke Ouroboros. We want the woke Ouroboros. Yeah, woke Ouroboros. Yeah, woke. Yeah, you just get into a rhythm of that, right? You know, if you just force them to carry the woke Ouroboros. You create you astroturf you do a flash mob, and you make it seem like there's this like grassroots desire for the woke Ouroboros, when all it is just a bunch of coffinites. Okay, well, I mean, is that it?
So you might want to look up the ISBN. I mean, that's the ultimate.
I mean, this is not the exciting part of the stream. Okay, so we beat it. We beat Caleb Maupin and Peter Coffin. We took care of business once again. Caleb's video explaining his spanking fetish is peak internet. Really? Should we watch that? Wait, does anybody have that? Wait, the only thing about it is I don't want to shame, look, liking to be spanked there's nothing wrong with that, right? In and of itself. Now, using the institutional power of the org that you head to get people to like twist people's arms to spanking you, that's another matter altogether, right? But the spanking in and of itself is like the least of our problems here. Is not a problem. A peak internet Caleb spanking video is an advanced internet. Really? Okay, so should we watch the spanking video? The LaRouche movement was instrumental in creating the modern militia movement alongside... I didn't know that, actually. I knew that it was far right, but I hadn't connected it to the modern militia movement, alongside a ton of other far-right orgs during the farm crisis of the 1980s.
Ultimate way to find it, but they don't even need that necessarily. I think they just need the name and author usually. But yeah, do you have anything else you want to add before we conclude here?
No, I think, I mean, it's a really far-reaching book.
Wait, is it okay to talk about liking to be spanked? Because if it is... Then I have a presentation to deliver to the chat.
There's a lot of stuff covered, like you said, talks about Congress of Cultural Freedom, co-option of Marxism.
Kink isn't bad. Abusing and exploiting people is bad. Wait, is there really a video like this? I don't even know what video people are talking about. Caleb, Maupin, spanking. Spankaholic cult leader. Okay, that's one way to describe it. God damn, this is such low-hanging fruit. Wait, Spanky. Okay, that's Caleb Maupin is Spanky the Tanky. Oh, is it this one? Oh my god, we watched this. Chat, this is the one and only video that I did on mobile, right? We watched this though. Is this the one?
I'm back. So
Is this what we're talking about? The really weird filter and Caleb Maupin by the seaside?
Center for Political Innovation. Glad to be here. Now,
they sell seashells
the reason that we've been silent
by the seashore
for so long is because on August 19th, a document was published by some former members of the CPI. Now, this document made some pretty outrageous claims about the nature of our organization.
Oh yeah, really bad audio too. I forgot about this.
It also exposed some deeply personal information about me.
Is this what people were talking about? The deeply, that sounds like what we're talking about.
Now, before they published this, the folks who put this document together went around to different media personalities, different associates, and person after person told them not to do it. They told them that this was not necessary, that they shouldn't publish this document. They didn't listen. They had every opportunity to negotiate some kind of restorative justice, to try and get reforms inside the organization, to negotiate with me somehow. They didn't want to do that. They were determined to go public with this document. Why? Clout. They wanted to get more likes, more shares, more Facebook views, more attention.
Is that the Yankee tank? Wait, that's the Yankee Tanky, right? Is that the Yankee Tanky? I can't remember which one is who. There's the Yankee Tanky is one of them. Right? These are the baddies of the Caleb Maupin organizations. These are the people that they had all the chance to have some sort of restorative justice with him, to talk to him, to negotiate with him. And they didn't want to do it because it's all about clout. That is Yankee Tanky. I watched a Bad Empanada about this. Yeah, you should have watched an Irene, although I understand if you didn't, because like I was on a mobile and it was terrible. I don't know. I mean, it could have been worse, but like my audio. Oh yeah, that's what happened. Now I remember. I had headphones on because I was afraid of having like bleed through and an echo or like a shrill like whining sound that sometimes happens when audio feeds back, right? I was really worried about feedback, so I had headphones on, but what I didn't realize is that the headphones were also acting as microphones, right? And we're talking about Bluetooth headphones, you know, like the ones you wear with your phone, that kind of stuff. We're talking about cheap Bluetooth headphones, right? And that was what my audio came through. So I had a video for you, but it is some of the worst and most cringe audio I have ever put to tape. So I kind of don't mind watching this again if people are people interested in rehashing because I don't really remember the spanking controversy. I just remember it happened when my computer was broken, and so I had to do a stream on mobile.
And that's why I have waited so long to give an answer to this. I don't want to get into a social media back and forth with them about every detail of what they wrote. I'm going to answer this once and then never speak about this again. Now, often my live streams get very psychological. We talk about trauma and history. And
look, I can understand not wanting to get stuck in a cycle of drama, but let's be real. With Caleb, it's because he doesn't have a leg to stand on, right? He's trying to tell his whatever followers he has left, right? He's trying to say, listen, like, you're going to watch me talk about this. I'm going to give some kind of refutation that hopefully you will just believe without being critical, without matching it up, without looking and seeing if it's consistent, without anything like that, right? You're just going to be like, okay, that's your explanation. Good. Thank you, Caleb. We knew that you were good. We knew that you did nothing wrong, right? So, yeah, like that's when we're talking about Caleb, the reason he doesn't want that back and forth is because he couldn't take it. Like his whatever narrative he's going to give to us here is not going to stand up to any scrutiny at all. So he doesn't want it to be subjected to that. I must have missed that stream. Yeah, I mean, possibly, right? I don't know. People, like, wait, is everybody getting their notifications? Somebody said that they're not getting notifications, despite being a rabid NCC head.
Abuse and how it affects people. I apologize.
I don't know what I can do about that. Like, if I can, like, add, like, Twitch support or something.
As if you thought I was talking about this in a way that meant it didn't apply to me. It does apply to me. I do, like many of you, have abuse in my personal history, and it has affected me as an adult. I would have preferred to keep this private, but it is now all over the internet. Now, spanking isn't just my deep, dark personal secret. It's America's deep, dark secret. 19 U.S. states still allow for corporal punishment in public schools. There's not a day that goes by in Alabama or Mississippi or Texas that some school child isn't being struck with a heavy piece of wood by a teacher, someone who's supposed to be their caretaker. Now, studies show that corporal punishment is an ineffective and harmful way of raising a child. Furthermore, the way we practice corporal punishment in Anglo countries has a particularly sexual undertone to it. Pain is inflicted on a specific part of the body. It often includes forced nudity and other humiliations. The United States needs to join with 128 other countries and outlaw the practice of corporal punishment in school. Parents need to be educated about more healthy ways of disciplining their children. We as a society...
Okay, one, yes, corporal punishment is fucked up. It should be outlawed, right? I'm definitely with you there, Caleb. Corporal punishment is terrible, right? Two, he is about to justify, you know, something that, like, in and of itself shouldn't have to be justified, right? Having a spanking, being into being spanked, you don't have to give an explanation. You don't have to blame, like, you know, you're, I don't know. Is there anybody else who's, like, uncomfortable with this, right? Because what he's going to say is that, like, listen, I never should have been into spanking. I was only into spanking because this inhumane, you know, punishment with a sexual aspect of forced nudity and striking a particular part of the body, like, right, this was inflicted upon me. I should have been normal. It's not my fault, right? That's, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's defending himself against the part that's not, there's nothing wrong with it, right? You being into spanking is not wrong, Caleb. That's, like, you know, you being judged for being into spanking is messed up, right? And I'm definitely not trying to do that here, and I'm not trying to, you know, laugh at you for that or anything like that. But oh my God, Bounce. But what is wrong is using your power as the head of an organization over people that were, you know, like using that to bring people into scenarios involving spanking you that they really didn't properly consent to, and because of the power, you know, dynamic could not consent to. That's the problem, is, right, the breach of consent, not the spanking, right?
We need to get past this harmful practice that has left so many hidden scars and wounds on so many of us. I'm deeply moved by the number of people in my community who reached out to me and said that they have experienced similar things in their life. And I know that I'm not the
Shakespeare, it's because you read your book too hard. You, like, read it, like, really, like, when you're reading, like, too voraciously, sometimes it breaks the book. I haven't been getting notifications from Twitch for anyone for a year. Well, I mean, like, if you turn it off, like, it makes sense. I don't know. Like, it might be like a device thing, or I don't even know. Clearly demonstrating that he doesn't understand consent. Yeah, or doesn't care, right? And, like, he already showed us he doesn't understand privilege, right? So he definitely doesn't understand the mechanism of power and how it impacts, like, the, you know, acts that he kind of pushed others to engage in with him.
only person who's been affected this way. So now on to the matter at hand. What did I do wrong? Well,
okay.
I brought my personal life.
You don't have to justify liking to be spanked, right? I don't think that it's, I don't even particularly like the idea that, like, look, being into being spanked is super weird, but you shouldn't judge the people who are, because, like, this is a punishment that's inflicted on children, and that's where it comes from, right? I'm pretty sure there are people who enjoy being spanked that did not get corporal punishment as a kid, right? It's just a thing that you can be into, right? That's literally all it is, and like, associating it on this one-to-one basis with being like a symptom of abuse. Am I the only one who's uncomfortable with this? Like this aspect of it, right? Like he managed to take the one thing that I like saw no fault in, and instead of him being made fun of because of that, which I think that, or criticized because of that, which that's the wrong thing to be worried about here, right? He's the one putting a pejorative to it. He's the one associating it with. It's very uncomfortable. Okay, I'm not the only one that feels that way. Yeah, this is kind of, yeah, I'm like...
life into a political space, and I shouldn't have done that. And to everyone...
Dude, I just wonder how common is this point, how common is this, like, thought, right? How like... It's, the old BDSM is caused by trauma, and it isn't healthy. Yeah, that's what bothers me. Like, that's what messes with me. Right? And I just wonder, like, how common, like, how many people think this is real? Like, oh yeah, BDSM exists because you were abused. This is his apology. Wait. So is this this is the right video? Okay, good. I'm just making sure.
Who was affected by that, I deeply...
He took something beautiful and pure and he sullied it with his dirty... Yeah, his weird, like, I don't know. It almost seems like he's looking at it as, like, a degeneracy in a degeneracy framework.
Apologize. I've taken time off to get the help I need to make sure I do not make this mistake again.
Wait.
But let me emphasize, all that I'm accused of is a few interactions, mostly conversations with consenting adults. And that's all I'm accused of doing. However, immediately after this document was published, news articles showed up accusing me of sexual assault. This document does not accuse me of sexual assault. All over Twitter, I've been called a groomer, a pedophile, and all kinds of things. I've even been called a rapist. None of those things are in this document that was published. It's pretty clear this whole situation is being manipulated by outside forces, but we'll get to that later. And one of the most common claims that's been floating around is the allegation...
Chat. Is he talking about outside forces? Is that what he's saying? Is he getting anti-Semitic this early in the video? 3 minutes and 40 seconds is when the anti-Semitism comes out. We've got like 22 minutes to go. And he's already fucking dog whistling. He's always anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Everything I don't like is bourgeois decadence. Caleb, probably. Well, I mean, it's Caleb Maupin that we're talking about, right? Everything this guy does is a dog whistle. I mean, not necessarily. I'm sure you could say outside forces in a way that, like... But when you say it in this, like, mysterious, conspiratorial sort of way, right? I guess he could be implying CIA, right? He could be implying that it's a government agency that's got it in for him, and they manipulated the data, they manipulated the social media, they made everybody call him all these bad things that, and all he did was have a few not great conversations. All he did is make some screenshots that are pretty uncomfortable and pretty yikes. I mean, he was just talking about his political group. I assumed he was talking about people outside of that group. Well, no, like outside of the social media, right? So he's talking about that the document itself from the group got presented to social media and then became characterized in a way that he thinks is inconsistent with the accusations, according to outside forces. And it's really only because Caleb Maupin's got kind of a track record of dog whistling, right? That we're even, that would even occur to me, right? That's what he means by outside forces. The other thing is, yeah, he could be, he does have a lot of, like, wait, he's the guy that said that BreadTube was like a CIA like operation, right? He means the Jews, says Shakespeare. Yeah, I mean, like, very, very likely. And I mean, just because we know Caleb so well, right? I mean, I like making fun of Caleb purely because he is supposedly a devout Christian. Oh, I didn't know that.
that somehow CPI was a, quote, sex cult. Well, the accusers themselves, the people who put
Wait, I know about his cult, but
this document together were the first.
and it's not just a sex cult, okay? Listen, is he gonna try to do a Xander Hall and be like, they accused me of having a sex cult, but there was no sex cult? Just a really yikesy Discord server, right? Just an inappropriate interaction between, you know, fans of a streamer and the streamer themselves. Nothing like a sex cult, right? I don't know. Look, whatever kind of cult he's running, it's definitely not just a sex cult. A lot of what they do is like there's videos of them. Like, don't they show up and do like chants together, like at their meetings and stuff? Like, not just like chants in terms of, you know, in terms of protest, but like chants, like group chants and stuff. I mean, after having experienced Satan at the Fountainhead, it's all code for Jewish people. Oh yeah, I always forget that. Yeah, Ayn Rand was Jewish as well.
To speak up and say that that's not the case. Well, I appreciate that from them, but they know how the internet works. As soon as this was published, immediately every anti-China, anti-Russia breadtube troll jumped on it and made it into something that it wasn't. And they knew that this would happen, but they didn't care.
But yeah, you see how the double messaging works, right? Because like it's easy, you know, if you know about objectivism, to really despise Ayn Rand and her philosophy. But they're, you know, to an anti-Semitic eye, right? He's also like, what did somebody said that Sophie from Mars had a quote where she said that whenever Caleb's pointing, it's like there's always a Jewish person at the other end of that that he's pointing to. Whenever Caleb's like placing blame, it just always happens to be like a Jewish person that he's pointing at.
It was so important to them to inflict emotional pain on me, on my wife, on my parents.
We are city builders. We are city builders.
On others in the organization, that they really didn't mind that it was going to be picked up and used for other purposes. It was so important to them to hurt me that they just had to do this. Now, in addition to this,
it has been so long since I watched Satan at the Satan at the Fountainhead stream. Like, oh yeah, I think I remember watching that and being afraid that like I mean, because like people told me that there was dog whistles, that there was like anti-Semitic stuff in that book, right? Did Bad Empanada read that book on stream? I remember there was like a few people. Sophie from Mars did some content on it. I think it was Bad Empanada did it too. And like I remember watching somebody like read it and being just like so worried that something was going to come down the wire that was like Twitch, you know, TOS.
Drama, the document goes on to imply a number of things that are just not true. One of the biggest false narratives in the
Oh, BreadTube is CIA. That was the one that Bad Empanada read.
Document involves an unnamed person who is referred to as a heroin addict and a sex worker. Now, this document gives the impression that this person never would have been a sex worker, never would have relapsed in their heroin addiction if it wasn't for me. The document basically says that I maniacally conspired to make this person lose their job, to make this person relapse on their heroin addiction, all so I could have them right where I want them. Well, that's bullshit, and people familiar with the situation know that. The truth of the situation is that this person would never have moved in with the other volunteers if it wasn't for the fact that their partner, also a heroin addict, beat them up so badly they had to go to the hospital. We were trying to protect this person and give them a safe place to stay and get clean. This person lied to us and said that they were sober, they were no longer using drugs. And let me add that what happened between me and this person did not take place until long after they had already moved out from the housing. At that point, they weren't participating very much in CPI activities. After this person had moved out of the housing with the other volunteers, I continued to buy this person many meals. This person made clear to me that they were desperate and that they were low on money.
Wait, but this is the person that he like leaned on to do the wait, this is the person that he had spank him, right? Like, this is that person.
That they also were interested in pursuing certain activities with me. Now, I should have had the foresight and the self-control not to continue to engage with this person. I made a mistake. I'm from a small town in Ohio. The way sex workers and drug addicts operate is not something I'm deeply familiar with. Somebody got inside my head. I got emotionally wrapped up, and that's a mistake that will not be repeated. Now, if you really want to believe that I'm
the way that sex workers and drug addicts work,
kind of maniacally evil person who takes innocent, charming young college students and transforms...
No, it's not me. It's the sex workers and the drug addicts. They're the evil ones. You know that, right? That's just how sex workers and drug addicts are.
Them into heroin-addicted sex workers. I can't stop.
But I'm an upstanding, leader and a city builder, and I'm not bad.
Believing that. But anyone who's familiar...
If I have any fault, it's just that I trust people too much. It's just that I wanted to wanted to help this person. That was my only mistake.
with this situation knows that's not what happened, and anyone who knows me knows that's not the person that I am. Now you'll notice the document never actually directly says this. It just kind of implies it. And it's pretty clear these people had some assistance
I want to know what this filter is.
in putting together this piece in order to frame me in the most
Is this just sepia?
negative light, but avoid me suing them for defamation. Now, the second big lie in the document, not directly stated but just implied, is that somehow I was financially benefiting from CPI. Well, that's bullshit. I was constantly running out of money. I was panicking about how to pay for things like trips to Nicaragua, the conference in Austin, the retreat, the conference in Chicago. We got some big donations and it helped, but this idea that I was living it up like Hunter Biden, all off of the money people donated or gave in their dues.
Hunter Biden! Oh, I didn't know we were gonna. This is the one moment that we get like Hunter Biden, right? We get like this is the one moment that we get like anything but just Caleb Maupin on the screen. Like, right, we get the sound effects, we get the pictures of Hunter Biden. Like, it wasn't just like Hunter Biden. I mentioned Hunter Biden. I might as well show a picture of him. Let me flash the picture across the screen. There he is. Cool, right? No, it was like Hunter Biden. Right? You know, we're gonna like, yeah. That you want to see a bad person? You want to see a degenerate? Caleb Maupin is not a degenerate. No, Hunter Biden. He's the bad one. He's a drug addict. He's consorting with sex workers. Never mind the man behind the sepia filter, right? It's Hunter Biden that you want. It's like, yeah, remember Hunter Biden? Yeah, he's really bad. I'm not like him. Ha ha ha. I'm fine.
That's ridiculous. From the time that CPI began collecting dues to our temporary shutdown in August, we only ever collected about $8,000
Oh,
in
wait.
dues.
Was it a temporary shutdown? Are they back? Are they back?
Money. But if you add up everything that we spent money on, from housing the volunteers to the conferences to the retreat in Chicago, it cost way, way more than that. Let me add that there were many months that the volunteers were staying in Texas as I paid for their housing, as I paid for their food, when they really weren't doing anything to build the organization. They were just hanging out in Texas, maybe doing a little volunteer work with San Angelo Solidarity, with me footing the bill. This idea that I was living in luxury off of $1 bill donations collected while people were distributing buttons in New York City parks, that just doesn't add up. I mean, the facts just aren't there. I was frazzled and worried about money the entire time the volunteers were operating. Now, one of the people in the document who seems to believe that I exploited him would be in prison if it wasn't for me, and we have a screenshot to prove this. This person would have gone back to jail if money that CPI had raised was not used to pay their court fines. This person was basically homeless in Pennsylvania, but we opened our doors to them with the understanding they would help us.
Okay, does anybody remember who this was? I'm trying to remember the story too, because there was like, he's talking about Texas. There was also like a lot of the time they were talking about being in New York, and that's where I remember like the kind of, you know, deprivation that some of these people experienced seemed to be the most acute. But the person that he's talking about that would have gone to jail without the CPI money, right? Like, does anybody know who that is? Because if that is a person that was being like, like, if that's the person that spanked Caleb Maupin, that is really, really messed up, right? Because like, you know, it's like, it sounds like you have like power over them. It sounds like you have pull over them, right? It sounds like, you know, like all these people are kind of in a way that they are at, you know, they're like under Caleb's power just from the situation that they're in, right? And so if those wind up being the people that are, you know, asked to, you know, do the whatever, then that's where the, you know, that's where these allegations come from. That's where, like, you know, the line becomes blurry of like, what exactly did you do to them, right? Because, you know, that's not consensual whatever in the situation where, you know, you're paying somebody's bail
to do political work. Not only has this person been convicted of a firearms-related felony, they've been kicked out of many mutual aid groups and have been caught doing quite a bit of shady things on the internet. You can believe them, though, if you want. No one was coerced into doing anything. These people were all adults with free will, and they lived in Texas for months with me.
I feel like the reason for that filter has got to be that it makes his goatee kind of pop. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the only good thing that this filter is doing. Other than that, it's a really bizarre choice for, like, because, you know, it does kind of, like, it takes the ruddiness of his skin and it turns it more orange. I mean, I don't think it makes him look good, right? It's a weird choice, I think. but the only thing I can imagine it's really benefiting is the way that his goatee looks. They were all grown adults with free will. The libertarian argument, right? Sounds like human so I'm reading chat here. Sounds like human trafficking, imprisoned people, or people who are in danger of imprisonment. I mean, there's definitely some there's definitely like a power that he's got over them in this situation, or at least that's the allegedly what the that's what the article alleges, right? Like, I brought so many dinners, bought somebody dinners that, to me, so me coercing them is okay because they're a heroin addict and a sex worker. Yeah, it's disgusting. Yeah. And the way that he's using that, like okay, so established, this person is a sex worker and a drug user, and therefore, do you really want to believe them? Or could it be, yeah, like he's just like, they're basically the scum of the earth, right? They are lucky to have had a Caleb Maupin looking out for them, in other words, right?
The bill for their housing and their food. This narrative where I'm an exploitive predator living off of them and constantly driving them to work harder in order to enrich myself, it just doesn't add up to facts. It's
Dube's whole vibe is, I just got fired from unpaid supervillain sidekick internship.
malarkey. Now don't get me wrong in this next part.
He kind of, they kind of did. They kind of did, or yeah, like Caleb Maupin, like Caleb Maupin was for a time Hawes's sidekick, right? And definitely has that sidekick, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. I never thought of this, but that's why Caleb Maupin is so, pathetic seeming when he's like on his own, when he doesn't have like a larger content creator to. I mean, I guess, is Peter Coffin a larger content creator? What an absolute hero, right? Yeah, it's hero shit. It's hero shit. That's what this is, right? But yeah, what did I with Hawes? Everything is hero shit. Apparently, that's pure Sigma Chad energy there. Like, right? Look, like, some people might say that Hawes is a waste of a himbo. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And I have been attracted to some, like, less than great people before, like, right? I've definitely had some really suspect tastes that, yeah, it's verifiable, chat, that my tastes are sus, right? But, like, yeah, I never really saw it in Hawes. I don't know.
These accusers are definitely real people, and their feelings about me certainly represent real grievances that they have. But for this next part, we're going to get into a section I call, Isn't It Interesting? Now, you all know who I am. I work for Russian media. I have ties to various revolutionary anti-imperialist governments and movements around the world. I'm on the Ukrainian government's list of information terrorists. Now, isn't it interesting that just hours after this document was published, Daria Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, was murdered by a car bomb? We all know that one of the main talking points against me by the BreadTube universe is the fact that I met with Alexander Dugin once in 2018. They constantly call me a Duginist. Isn't it interesting that the
That's me. He's talking about me. No, he's talking about a bunch of people. But yeah, I had him. That picture that he just showed, I used that in a thumbnail, and I was mainly talking about Dugin, right? I don't think I actually talked about Caleb in that video, but I was looking for a picture of Dugin, and that was the one that I got, and it happened to have Caleb in it, and he was all kinds of mad in my comment section. Caleb Maupin himself showed up in my comment section before the video even premiered, so he hadn't even seen the video yet, right? And he wasn't aware of the fact that, like, we're not talking about you. You're not that interesting, right? You're not that influential. Like, I'm trying to talk about, like, the origins of different types of National Bolshevism, Eurasianism being one of those, right? So, like, when we talk, you don't really understand somebody like Infrared Hawes until you understand who Alexander Dugin is and what Duginism is about, and you see it as like a form of fascism that arises in a different setting, right? With different characteristics.
Communist Party USA, a group that spends all of its time campaigning for Democrats and has been trying to smear me as a neo-Nazi despite
Bro didn't just meet Dugin, he gushed all over him.
Anti-racist activism, had a resolution condemning me, all prepared to send out the very next day after this document was published. This resolution that they published supposedly took months to prepare. They had this resolution finally ready to send out to their membership just after this document was published. Now, isn't it interesting that the Party of Communists, one of the only other leftist groups to stand with Russia during the whole Ukraine crisis, just got hit in a similar manner? Almost immediately after I was subject to these smears, you'll notice that the Party of Communists had their website commandeered with a manifesto accusing them of similar things. I think we can all see what's going on here. Now, it's also interesting to note
what are
that
we
one
supposed
of the
to see?
people I exposed in my BreadTube book was Dr. Steve Hassan. Steve Hassan used to be associated with something called the cult awareness.
Oh, Steve Hassan. Wait, I'm trying to remember this guy. Oh my god, Buffy, are you here by chance? This is your dude, Buffy. No, like this is somebody that Buffy knows a lot about, right? Cult Awareness. No, wait, no, Cult Awareness Network. I'm trying to remember. Was that the one that got like bought by Scientology? But yeah, this is like an anti-cult guy, but there's something really wrong with him. I'm trying to remember what it is. Is he like massively conservative or something? There's something really sus about this guy. Like, right? So it's I don't think it's what Caleb's saying, but
Now, it's also interesting to note that one of the people I exposed in my BreadTube book was Dr. Steve Hassan. Steve Hassan used to be associated with something called the cult.
Steve Hassan, famous bread tuber. Really? Why was this in your BreadTube book?
Cult Awareness Network, and he's
Cult Awareness. Okay, maybe he was associated with before Scientology took it over.
one of the leading cult analysts and experts on cults who appears on CNN. He called for a mass deprogramming of the country after January 6th. I exposed that Dr. Steve Hassan was involved in advising prominent BreadTube personalities. Isn't it interesting?
What? Is this even real? Oh my god. We need our Stephen Hassan expert.
That much of this document reads like something out of one of his books. All of his key talking points about brainwashing and mind control seem to have been worked into this document. Now, isn't it interesting that in the aftermath of this piece being published, people in CPI that are still sympathetic and working with me have been getting text messages from some of the accusers, offering to help them be deprogrammed. Now, it's also interesting to note that I have received...
Wait, oh my god, people in the CPI got text messages from the people that like the I guess like I don't know if it was like the Yankee Tanky necessarily, but those people, right? The people that were with Caleb and then were no longer with Caleb, they messaged the CPI people being like, "Hey, do you need help getting deprogrammed? Because you're like in a cult now. This is a cult and you can get out. I was in a cult too. It's okay."
Reports that one of the authors of this document has been spotted near Russian Orthodox...
Let's de-radicalize each other over coffee.
...churches around the country. He's been walking up to people, telling them all about me and how bad I am, and then from there telling them that he has ties to European monarchies and that he wants to set up some kind of pro-Russian commune, and he really needs people to sit down with him and talk to him without their cell phones. Now, at one of these Russian Orthodox churches...
Wait, what? What are we talking about? This really, like, went off.
...where he was camping out and making these claims, the locals seemed to believe he was a cop. Now, some others seem to think he may just be having kind of a psychological meltdown of some kind. But it's well known that this individual is now a traditionalist Catholic and a full-on anti-communist. It's also very important to note...
What? Who else is ready to move to Montana, build a town, refuse to accept modernity, and prepare to do battle with the Antichrist?
...that as soon as I heard this document was in the works, I called up the individual in question.
I am so confused. Did anybody follow that? Did anybody, like, I am totally confused. Is this Hassan? Is this Stephen Hassan that he's talking about? Wait, who's the person that went around the Russian Orthodox churches and became a like some kind of traditionalist?
The sex worker. I called this person up on the phone and apologized to them. They told me they did not feel victimized by what went on between us, but rather...
Does being a Catholic mean you can't be a commie? Wait, I don't think so. Have you ever watched stuff on stream about the National Redoubt? No.
They were upset about an argument that we'd had months later. They accepted my apology. Then, on the phone, they told me, quote,
"I'm not comfortable with people using this to get their revenge."
I am not comfortable with people using this to get their revenge. Now, I've also gotten reports from people who were initially invited to join the accusations against me that this person seemed very reluctant to be involved. They kept saying things like, why don't we all just go talk to Caleb? So ask yourself, how ethical is it to pressure someone in life circumstances like this to come forward and draw public attention to themselves when they don't even feel personally victimized?
There are many base Catholic priests, especially in South America.
Now, I can't prove that this person was under threat or they were
I'm a Catholic, and I like a lot of communist ideas.
compensated for what they did. I do know that their name was left out of the document, and I will be protecting their privacy as much as I possibly
Well, with the traditionalist Catholic, there's various branches of this, but the one that I'm familiar with is the one that they don't like Vatican II, right? And Vatican II was like a meeting of all the Catholic, people, all the Catholic people, all the Catholic leadership, all the Catholic Church leadership, right? Met, and they decided, hey, you know, like how we're really anti-Semitic. We have all this stuff in our theology that's like, anti-Jewish. Let's like not do that anymore. Could we like not do that anymore? And most of the Catholics were like, yeah, we should stop doing that. That's bad. But we shouldn't do that anymore. So they agreed. And there are groups of Catholics that don't agree. In other words, they're like, no, anti-Semitism is part of my beliefs, and I will hold on. Like, right? They want to be, they want to stay with their old version of, Catholic doctrine, which included, really like anti-Semitic ideas. And this is the SSPX is literally we need to install fascism so we can have a devout giga-chad Catholic monarch who will make the entire world be Catholic. Oh my God. Liberation theology, yeah, is very popular in Latin America.
Now, one thing I do know is that this person had legal troubles over the past year. And one thing that we should be aware of is the fact that when people are facing criminal charges, often plea deals involve the person agreeing to cooperate.
I'm Roman Catholic. As far as I know, it's not anti-Semitic. At least my priest never acted that way. Well, yeah, most of the Roman Catholic Church officially broke away from all the old doctrine. And that's what Vatican II was about, was them meeting and saying, this shit is fucked up. We're not going to do it anymore, right? So they went away from that, right? The main line, like Catholic Church, stopped fucking with that, right? And then the people that were like the mainline Catholic Church is wrong, you just stick with the stuff. Those are like the those are like the traditionalist Catholic like people that do that like the people that Shakespeare is talking about, the SSPX, that hold these ideals. So yeah, it's not mainline, it's not the official like Catholic Church, it's something that the official Catholic Church officially moved away from, right? Oh no, it's not Orthodox. Orthodox is different, right? This is something that split off from the Roman Catholic Church at many years ago, right? This was many I don't know how many years ago, but in the 20th century, I can tell you that it happened. I'm pretty sure Vatican II happened in the 20th century, and that's when that stuff stopped being part of the doctrine. I mean, I only went to like school.
Police investigations and covert police activities. Now, someone who's not a fan of me at all, someone named Bad Empanada, pointed out that to him, it sounded like
Empanada making a guest appearance. Oh wait, now this is so funny though. This is Bad Empanada not exactly defending Caleb Maupin. Obviously, Bad Empanada is not a Caleb Maupin fan, but the video is called "Caleb Maupin Isn't a Nazgul. His actual politics are better than many of his." God damn! I just said he's not defending Caleb Maupin, but that title sounds like a defense, doesn't it? It's not exactly. Obviously, Bad Empanada is not a fan. But I kind of disagree here. His actual politics are better than many of his detractors, right? Look, I mean, say what you will about his detractors, but I don't see a lot of them making the like anti-Semitic like dog whistles that Caleb does regularly. The SSPX was founded in 1970 because that was after Vatican II ended. The anti-Semitism is the rug that holds the room's traditions together. Let's see. Regular in communion with Rome churches, except that Jewish people didn't commit. The old belief was blaming putting guilt on all Jewish people for the crucifixion, and that's what Vatican II abolished. Interesting. Bad Empanada's beard looks lighter than it looks now. Guess that's lighting. It could be the lighting, or it could be the fact that this isn't really Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada has been is tied up in his own closet, and this is a LaRouche cult member that is broken into his house to record a video and use his stream key to put this up on stream where he's defending Caleb Maupin, but in actuality Bad Empanada is tied up in the closet being like right? That's what actual Bad Empanada is not able to stop this fake Bad Empanada from making this video that is clearly not really Bad Empanada, but a doppelganger. A doppelganger of Bad Empanada has broken into Bad Empanada's house. This is definitely some LaRouche activity going on here. This is what happens when you mess with the LaRouches, right? They come in and they tie you up and in the closet and they impersonate you and do a video as you. That's what's going on. I believe this. Just because Maupin occasionally uses leftist terminology, he has good politics. How, it's I guess it's a little bit of clickbait because obviously, and this, you've seen Bad Empanada make fun of Maupin, criticize Maupin. Bad Empanada doesn't like Maupin, but what he's saying here, I guess, is more of a dig at Vosh and people like that by saying that somehow they're worse than Caleb Maupin. I don't agree, and I mean, I guess it depends on what your definition of Nazgul is. I don't know. What do people feel about this? He is some kind of sussy baka. He is a reactionary in leftist clothes, right? But if you don't want to call that a Nazgul for some reason, I mean, that's not the... Because if you want to get super technical, there's a difference between there's a difference between the different types of third positionists, right? And a Nazgul is a specific thing, and you could even and Haas will make this distinction between a Eurasianist such as himself and a Nazgul, right? Because there literally was a Nazgul party in the former Soviet Union, and in Russia there was a Nazgul party, and it split apart, and Dugin went his own separate way and formed the Eurasian Conference, whereas the other oh my god, I'm trying to remember their names. There's two other leaders of the National Bolshevik Party in some of these flags were wild too, right? And the fucked up thing is that of all the Nazgul National Bolshevik former members of the National Bolshevik Party of Russia, Dugin is the most reactionary, right? There were two others that depending on what time you were talking about, they had very different politics, and they had their symbol. The symbol for the National Bolshevik Party was literally, you take the hammer and sickle and you put it in the circle of the Nazi flag, right? So no swastika, but a hammer and sickle in there instead. That was their flag, right? But yeah, Dugan is probably the most reactionary of any of these people. So some of them were just kind of working for whoever they could cozy up to in power in Russia. They would just kind of change to adapt to being allied with them. So yeah, it's kind of a strange phenomenon, a post Soviet phenomenon in Russia, the whole Nazbol arc. Dugan literally wrote the founding charter of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, which is pro Putin and has nothing to do with the CPSU. He may have read theory, but he hasn't read good theory. Say what you want about Caleb Maupin, really, I don't mind. Saddest thing about Dugan's daughter getting blown up is that Dugan chose to take a second car at the last minute.
The entire document was written by a single person. The whole thing had a similar narrative flow to it. It looks a lot like what happened was that some ex-members of CPI were assembled, and they had very different grievances, very different feelings. Some of them liked Keaton, some of them hated Keaton. They were brought together and interviewed, and then some kind of curator sat down and compiled their personal grievances into one document that had a single narrative flow to it. An atmosphere was created for these people to one-up each other and their stories about my supposed manipulations. Despite all these people having different grievances and different feelings, this document was put together and given a narrative flow so that it served one particular purpose. Now,
oh my god, I keep on forgetting to... Hey, you might have a very few minutes before the next ad break, right? And so if you're getting those ad breaks, I've got a solution. I hope I'm not saying this during the ad break, because that would be irony of ironies. That would mean the people that need to hear this are going to be stuck in an ad break, and they're not going to be able to hear this. But let me say it really quickly, okay? You have got several ways to get out of those ad breaks, right? I know they're annoying. I know they happen twice every hour. It's quite disruptive. It makes it hard to, watch the stream and degrades your experience, right? So there's ways to get out of this, right? One way you may not know is through Amazon Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime, you have a free sub on Twitch to give to your favorite streamer, which is obviously me. And that gets you out of the ads. Anytime you're in the stream, you will no longer be subject to ads. It also gives you access to all the VODs on Twitch, as well as special bonus content that goes up from time to time. That's one way to get out of it. Another way to get out of it is if you have $5 that is not, and you have $5 to spare, because seriously, if you're in a position where, you're tight on money, I definitely don't want you, I'm not asking for you to spend money, but if you do have $5 that you can spare, that is all that it takes to get you out of the ad breaks. That works as well. And the other way is just to be your awesome self in chat and talk a lot. And when somebody is feeling generous and wants to give a bunch of gift subs and sees your name with no Persona 2 head by it and feels sorry for you, they will very likely give you that gift sub that you're so much craving. So those are the ways that you take care of the ad break on Twitch. My supposed manipulation? Fucker, you're using multiple cameras for your frank explanation, yeah.
Now, anyone who's familiar with Dr. Steve Hassan and the Cult Awareness Network should recognize this style of work. This is how they tend to carry out their operations. It's also worth noting that this is very similar to how the Democratic Party operates against its political rivals. There have been a number of Democratic primary campaigns that have been taken down in a similar manner. They find some sex drama related to the group, and they get into all kinds of complicated details. They publish a piece, very long and complicated, encompassing all kinds of people's negative feelings about some kind of sexual drama, and they publish it online, and people see it, and they get grossed out, and they look away. Rape is rape. Sexual assault is sexual assault.
But, you're the one who got sexual with people, in your organization, right? That's different than, they create a sexual drama where none exists, or right? That's,
assault. But I'm not accused of anything like that in this document. When it really gets down to it, this document doesn't really accuse me of very much at all. Amid all the innuendo about me being an evil, manipulative cult leader, all that they claim I did was engage in consensual interactions with 2 consenting adults, most of which were just conversations. And all the paragraphs they had maligning my character, that's all they could really accuse me of. Now, they did manage to find the grossest screenshots they could possibly find, and they're really counting on people not actually reading this entire document. They want people to just be grossed out and disgusted. Now, if CPI were a sex cult, they would have a lot more to accuse me of, and a lot more people to come forward with sexual allegations against me. Furthermore, if CPI were a sex...
Nobody's saying it's strictly a sex cult. They're saying that you like abused your power. Wait, are they? Does anybody know? Like, I read the thing, but I kind of skimmed over it. I don't remember a lot of it. I don't remember them being like the entire organization is a sex cult where people are like groomed into like, you know, being shunted into a relationship with Caleb, or like I don't remember anything about him effing all the CPI members. I think it was just certain people that he was certain volunteers that he was working with that he was accused of. I just got an email that they want to host a conference in my field in Israel. Why would they even host it there?
Sex cult, the accusers themselves would not be saying otherwise. The idea that
Wait,
I wrote...
whoa, what's that synthetic left in Vosh or something, right? Wait, what is this? Did you see that tweet?
CPI were a sex cult, the accusers themselves would not be saying...
Okay, that's the Yankee Tanky. We never claimed it was a sex cult. That's the synthetic left, like Vosh, which I plan on debating. Wait, this happened! This happened! Yankee Tanky did debate Vosh. I don't remember what it was about. I don't know if it was about the sex cult, but... Oh my god, no! What is going on here? What is even going on?
Otherwise. The idea that I wrote books that are hundreds of pages in length, that I spent thousands of dollars putting on events, that I spent years and years trying to put together an organization, all just as some kind of elaborate scheme to get sexual favors out of people, is utterly ridiculous. Now, I know there are some people that are going to have a lot of PTSD and
He was in an
a lot of
ally?
traumatic experiences in their past, and they are going to be compelled to believe such a thing. And there's nothing I can do about that. But if you believe that, you're not processing information properly. That's just not the reality of the situation. The people who published this document and made it possible for such claims to be made against me should really be ashamed of themselves. They knew this would happen. They knew this would be used against all anti-imperialists, but they just had to do this. Their temper tantrum against me, their personal resentment and anger was so important that this had to be all over the internet, and it had to hurt our whole community. Now, some of the claims in the document just don't add up. For example, there's this claim that I separate people from their families. Well, is it true that a number of young adults get stuck living at home and that becomes a source of psychological frustration and problems for them? It hurts their self-esteem? Sure, and I do encourage people to get out on their own, to have independence from their parents. But it's important to point out that...
Yo, the place to start your independence from your parents is not in a situation like the ones that are described in the, you know, allegations, right? Like, you know, this is like, if that's your way out of your, you know, the inertia of like living at home, like it's such a bad idea, because right, like like the way he's describing it is like just makes the people sound like they're ripe for exploitation. Like it's not helping his case. Yankee Tanky's neighbors yelled at him. I'll wager that Israel lobbies pretty. I'm not going, but now I don't want to go to this conference ever again. I don't know which university it's going to be hosted at yet, but I think it's yeah. Oh my god.
Retreat that happened in Kansas, one of our attendees brought his father with him. His dad was there the entire time, participating in group
sexual drama, right?
Sitting in on the classes, engaging in discussions with people. Another attendee brought his wife.
Okay, so dads and wives can go to these CPI conferences. Therefore, I'm not really separating anybody from their...
And his two small children with him. They slept in a tent. The idea that I am manipulatively separating people from their families so I can exploit them is just not true. There is not a single person that I've...
But like the other thing that was weird about it too was like that. Oh my god, I'm starting to remember stuff now. Like there was a I'm trying to remember this. Like, oh my god, because this was a while ago when this happened. One of the most damning receipts from the whole Caleb Maupin drop was his DMs with his, I guess his wife, right? His wife at the time. He tells her that he's leaving her and that he's gonna form some compound with the kids, right? He says the kids, right? And he's talking about these volunteers. And like, yeah, they're like, they're like 18. And, he's more, middle-aged, right? These are people that he's admitting have never, in some cases, been away from home, and that their first experience away from home is where he's sort of using them to do this work, and they don't really know like what's normal, like, right, when you're away from when you're away from home for the first time, like, you don't really know what to expect. So yeah, you're kind of ripe for manipulation, right? You want to be in a situation where something like that is not going to happen, right? But he's kind of, it feels like this is, I don't know, is this who he's looking for, right? Is this who he could get to agree to come? Because other people would have been like, oh, that doesn't really sound like a great situation that I want to be in. They can sort of tell, they can see the red flags, they can see the warning signs, whereas people this age maybe don't recognize that as readily.
Ever separated from their family or forced to cut off their loved ones. Now, do we practice for our CPI events? Absolutely. Do we chant at our events? Yep. Do we sing? Yep.
Oh my God, I can feel the energy in that room.
And we're going to keep doing that. If you want CPI events to be boring, you're in the wrong organization.
You want to make it boring because you want to take away our chants. We love chanting. Here at CPI, we chant all the time, and you're not going to stop us. We're going to chant. I don't care how much of a cult you think we are.
I built CPI because I like to have exciting events with emotional speeches and passionate moments where people can come together. I want to build a community of solidarity where people who've been left behind by this system can find a place to belong and can feel empowered as we study revolutionary ideology. Now, if you don't want to participate in it, that's fine. But there's really no reason to invoke Jim Jones and
Is it all men? I don't think so.
Waco because you don't approve of a good show. Now, the people who published this document claimed it wasn't about cancel culture, but that's exactly what it was. This wasn't about justice. This wasn't about trying to get reforms in our organization. This was about inflicting pain. They wanted to humiliate me. They wanted to give a piece of ammunition to those who don't like me that they could use to cyberbully me and make fun of me for years to come. And that is the reality. Imagine having trauma.
He's the victim of cyberbullying. Have we got this all wrong? Is Caleb Maupin the victim of cyberbullying? I don't see many women. I mean, that's probably correct. But I know that there was somebody in this cohort of volunteers that he's accused of acting improperly with. I'm pretty sure there was at least one person was a woman. Didn't mean to bring up the conference. Oh, I mean, like, that's, that's real.
Like this in your past. Imagine that it's affected you this way as an adult. And now imagine that all kinds of people who don't know anything about you except your view of foreign policy or the character that's been painted of you in RedTube videos, having access to it. Every time I open Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, I am going to see people taking things that happened to me in my childhood and mocking them and distorting them and using them to ridicule me. Regardless of the mistakes that I made, I did not deserve this. The people who put this document out should be ashamed of themselves. What they did was a very nasty, vindictive thing that did not help anything and did not really advance the struggle for justice in any way. Now, the Center for Political Innovation is back, but some things have changed. We are now incorporated as the CPI Education Project in the state of Oregon. Now, I do not control the bank accounts, and I will not be playing an administrative role in the organization. There will be other people who take on those tasks. I'm written into the bylaws as the ideological leader, but other people will be running the day-to-day activities of the organization. Former CPI members are welcome to rejoin, and new people are welcome as well. Go ahead and click the link down below. You can become a
Yo, this is like oh my God, you're defending your accusations of sexual impropriety, but you want to make sure that you're gonna like throw in like a join the CPI, like along with, like, right, is anybody else find this strange? Like, the point of this is a refutation of allegations, or putting things into perspective, saying that he's not as bad as everybody says he is. Some of the things that have been said about him are exaggerations. These people, they were motivated. They wanted to destroy the organization. They're really bad. Somehow Steve Hassan was involved. Like, it's fucking random too. It's like, wait, how do you know Steven? Because so he exposed something about Stephen Hassan working with BreadTube or something, like advising like BreadTube figures. And then he talks about Stephen Hassan, like, he hasn't really shown anything though. Neville says hi. Hi, Neville. Hi, Neville. Meow. This is wild. He hasn't shown what he's talking about, like in terms of like this is the proof that Steven has saw. Like there, it's just like, I mean, maybe it's in his bread tube in the synthetic left video, but it's definitely not here.
Member of the CPI now that we're back in business. Forgiveness is offered to those who maybe overreacted or flipped out in response to this whole situation. I made mistakes. So did others. We all said some things we wish we could take back. This whole situation has been rough for all of us. It's been a tough few months, and I'm glad we're back. The people who signed this document are not welcome back in CPI. The point is not to punish them. I have a feeling a number of them already regret having put this out there. This is about protecting our organization. The reason they are permanently banned is because their presence puts the entire group in danger. They regret having put this out there. This is about protecting our organization.
Okay, wait, so member 1, member 2, I'm guessing these are people that didn't want their names to be outed. So there's 2 people that don't want to be named. And then the rest of them, like, you know, some of them are, they're ostensibly their real names are given here. Some of them just their first names and their, you know, usernames. One person, like the place they live is mentioned, yeah. So there's like what, 1, 2, there's 2 people, no, there's 3 people that are first name, last name, right? Everybody else is either member 1, for the ones whose names are totally redacted. That sometimes their first name, sometimes their initials, sometimes. Yeah, there's, and sometimes with their, you know, social media name.
The reason they are permanently banned is because their presence puts the entire group in danger. If they are capable of doing this...
So they endorsed a document that was the document of accusations that they're banned.
Over such petty grievances. Imagine what they might...
Oh, yeah. So, like, Caleb Maupin has been talking about Stephen Hassan, right? And I was mentioning that, I was like, is Buffy Geek in chat? Because I feel like Buffy Geek might have something to say about this, but basically he's implied that Stephen Hassan is involved and is advising certain bread tube figures, and that there were instances of members of his group being like contacted via text by people offering to deprogram them. He's trying to kind of paint Stephen Hassan as this shadowy figure that has something to do with the with the way that these charges have affected him and the organization, when in reality it's just that, like, yeah, you know, there were texts of Caleb published that were him talking to his wife and saying, I am gonna leave you, nah, and she's like saying, like, you're delusional, like, right? He's saying, I'm gonna leave you and go live with the kids in a compound, right? He's talking about getting a compound, right? And so this is where the cult stuff kind of comes from. But he's acting like, you know, this has to be some shadowy outside force. And yeah, he's mentioned Stephen Hassan a number of times, and yeah, he's a bummer. He's a cult expert who was convinced. Oh, that's what he got into, is into GC stuff. Convinced by GC people that sissy hypnoporn is a real indoctrination tactic that is oh my god. No, this I've seen people talk about this before, right? That is some Facebook shit right there. The idea that, like, the sissy hypno pipeline. Yeah, I've heard of this, right? This is it's a weird right-wing thing.
Do to your community, your organization, or your family. I admitted that I needed help in order to get more self-control and make sure I didn't repeat the mistakes I made. These people also need help, and unless you want your dirty laundry all over the internet, my advice is to steer clear of them. At the very least, they are easily manipulated. Now, I'm a Christian and I believe in forgiveness, and I've spent a long time trying to process why these people would go out of their way to do something so vengeful and mean-spirited. A couple weeks after this document was published, one of the accusers texted me, "You won." I didn't reply, of course, but I looked at it and I thought, how did I win? How did anyone win here? All that came out of this was that CPI temporarily dissolved. I had to be silent for a couple months. And those who don't support Venezuela, Iran, Russia, or China got a new piece of information to ridicule all of us that are anti-imperialist with. Now, it's worth noting that the two people that came forward with
So
allegations
just like
against
Trump, they're not coming for me. They're coming for you. I'm just in their way. That's what he's saying.
me were members of Students and Youth for a New America before the pandemic, when we operated a little bit differently. Back in those days, I would rent a classroom, give a lecture on communist history, and then afterwards we would all go out to the diner. Now, the kind of things you might share with a small group of friends is very different than the kind of things you would share with those that you work with in a full-on professional organization with real funding. Now, one of the people who wrote the document said she couldn't understand why I was always saying not to be anti-American and not to talk about left adventurism or terrorism and criminal activities, but yet I wanted her to go on a trip to Venezuela. Apparently, the idea of visiting a socialist country that's under threat from the United States really scared her. Another one of the people who signed the document couldn't understand why I was angry with him because of the fact that we raised quite a bit of money to send him to Nicaragua, and he then bailed on the trip and left us with the bill. Almost all the people who signed this document are in their late 20s, almost 30, but still living at home. They love being communists on the internet, but being involved in an actual organization and doing actual work where people are relying on you is something that they're just pretty freaked out by. Things like being part of a community, engaging in international travel, are things that just make them quite uncomfortable. They'd rather be safe at home with mom and dad. Now, I opened a lot of doors for these people. I got one of them on the Tucker Carlson show. I was always encouraging them to write more and speak more. I wanted them to step up and find their own voices. If this was some kind of cult, I would have made it all about me.
Yeah, he's not right-wing at all, though. He's Caleb Maupin, don't say that he's right-wing. He just got somebody on the Tucker Carlson show.
And suppress them and push them down, but I didn't do that. Instead, I opened doors for these people, and they fell on their faces. Now, my frustrations in the revolutionary movement over the years was always feeling that I had been suppressed. I always felt like I was not being given the opportunity to speak and to write and to perform the way that I could. I always felt like there were certain individuals that were holding back my potential and my ability to make a contribution. And I always made a point of not doing that. I always appreciated people who gave me an opportunity to shine before the world. But I guess for some people who've been given opportunities and then fallen on their faces and not been able to look good, they might come to resent somebody. They might feel like someone pushed them forward only to make a fool of themselves. Well, that wasn't my intention. I was only trying to help these people and give them opportunities. They seem to have fell on their faces and they resent me for it. And now they've decided to spit in my face. Well, I'm sure that they are still in pain. The libidinal rush they got from taking me down with this document went away after a couple weeks. They're still living at home. They're still full of resentment. They're still lonely. They're still angry.
You gotta tell these people that they're losers. Make sure that they understand they're losers. Wait, am I a bad leftist? I've never been to Nicaragua.
Angry, they're still frustrated, they're still depressed, they're still hopeless, they're still bitter, and they're still not going anywhere in this world. The idea that publishing this document and trying to take me down was going to make their lives better was an illusion.
Listen, I'm convinced now. Caleb Maupin is a persona villain. Caleb Maupin, like this is so wild, like, right?
They're right back where they started. They've showed the world how
You've shown that you're just a failure. You thought you could take me down, but you can't even manage your own life. You're all, yeah, like this is totally a Persona 5 villain.
willing they are to inflict pain on other people, to embarrass other people. And exposing me, they expose themselves.
You've never been out of the US?
The fact that I can look into the camera every day and do my job on international television.
It is wild that other countries exist, like, right? I don't know. The fact that they're so different, like that, like when your first time out of the US, it's kind of wild.
Despite having my deepest, darkest personal secrets all over the internet.
Communism is when international travel.
Shows that I'm pretty resilient. They didn't take me down with their long, drawn-out internet gossip column. The city-building tendency and the Center for Political Innovation.
The city-building tendency? That's really what it's called? I thought somebody was joking about that.
And our constructive, optimistic socialism is still here. We're going to keep marching ahead. Catch you on the next stream.
Are you gonna still use like this filter on the next stream? Did he just? I thought he came out of the water. I thought he dunked his head in the water. Like that's wow. Wow. Okay. I was like, wait, is he getting baptized? What's going on? He's a bit of a. He definitely gives the.
You are from Artsy.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I like you.
Thank you. Very good.
Yeah, wish you everything good.
Oh, and same to you.
Yeah, you are Russian.
Oh, very good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Very good. Okay.
Wait, did somebody say fuck off? Okay, well, that's Caleb Maupin for you. That's Caleb Maupin for you. Yeah, kind of an anime villain speech, right? Yeah, but like a particular kind of villain, right? You know, like that's why I said Persona 5, because so many of the villains are like the teacher or like the the art teacher or the like overbearing dad, or you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of villain that you have in Persona 5. And like it's like the villain that wants to talk you down like a parent or a mentor would talk you down, right? They want to get in your head, but they're not just like, they're not just like, you are weak and I will fuck you up. They're like this is another sign of you failing to follow through, right? They're like the disappointed parent villain. You know what I'm talking about? There's like it's like a subgenre, and that's what Caleb Maupin is here. That's what he sounds like. I gave them all the opportunities that a young person could want, and they went and betrayed me and threw it back in my face and spread all my dirty laundry all over the internet. Don't trust these people. You don't want them in your organization. They'll spread all your dirty laundry out there too, right? It's just like, did he just do that whole speech in a public place where people could walk past and listen? Yeah, well, I mean, it was, like some kind of waterfront. That's what he was filming. He was filming with multiple cameras on a waterfront. And it was supposed to be like a candid, like a little tiny bit of a mea culpa, but mostly like, I didn't do anything wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong. CPI is fine. Please donate to us. Please volunteer for us. We're here to stay. Like this was just a little hissy fit by these immature young people who we gave all kinds of chances to, only to have them betray us. Wow, Vosh is sure happy about that. Like, you made Vosh happy. Good job. You did just what the synthetic left and the CIA wanted